This video was made thanks to this awesome request. Thank you for the title suggestion, and happy watching.
Hey, what's up everyone? Welcome back to Curikens. If you're a fan of My Hero Academia, especially awesome fanfiction stories all about Deku, you're definitely in the right place. Before we dive into today's story, don't forget to hit that like button, share this video with your fellow anime fans, and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, if you have an awesome idea or title for the next fanfiction video, drop it in the comment below. I'd love to read your suggestions. And hey, if you want to support the channel even more and keep me extra motivated to create awesome content, consider joining our channel membership. By becoming a member, you'll unlock cool perks like exclusive loyalty badges and custom stickers you can use in the comments. If you've already joined, thank you so much. Your support truly means the world to me and helps keep this channel going. Alright, let's get right into the story.
The morning sky over Musudafu was gray. Cold wind drifted through the streets. Students filled the sidewalks as they walked toward Aldera Middle School. Laughter echoed everywhere, except around one boy. Izuku Midoriya quietly walked with his school bag hanging from one shoulder. His uniform was wrinkled. His sleeves hid fading bruises. A fresh bandage rested beneath his collar. He kept his head lowered. He already knew what awaited him. The classroom door slid open. The conversation stopped. Several students immediately smirked. The quirkless loser is here. Still alive. What a surprise. Laughter spread across the room. Izuku silently walked toward his desk. Before he reached it, boom, an explosion erupted beside his face. Burning sparks scattered across the classroom. He stumbled backward. Bakugo stood there with one hand smoking. A cruel grin spread across his face. "Look where you're going, Deku." More laughter followed. Izuku bowed slightly. Sorry. Did I tell you to apologize? Bakugo grabbed Izuku's collar. Look at me. Izuku slowly raised his eyes. Bakugo's expression darkened. Why do you keep showing up? People like you don't belong here. He shoved Izuku across the classroom. Crash. His back slammed into several desks. Books scattered everywhere. No teacher intervened. Some students looked away. Others laughed louder. One student quietly recorded everything on his phone. Bakugo slowly approached again. Picked them up. Izuku knelt without saying anything. His trembling hands reached for the notebooks. Bakugo suddenly stepped on one of them. Did I say you could touch it? He kicked the notebook across the room. Go get it. Izuku stood again. He walked toward the notebook. Before he reached it, another explosion. Boom. The notebook burst into flames. Ashes drifted across the classroom. Bakugo laughed. Oops. Guess you'll need another one. The teacher finally entered. He looked around the damaged classroom. His eyes briefly stopped on Izuku. Midoriya. Clean everything before lunch. Yes, sir. The lesson began. No one mentioned what had happened. During lunch break, Izuku sat alone behind the school building. His lunchbox contained only plain rice. Before he could eat, a shadow covered him. Bakugo. Followed by 3 classmates. Still eating. One boy grabbed the lunchbox. Another laughed. Looks disgusting. Bakugo casually tossed it upward. Boom. A small explosion shattered the container. Rice scattered across the dirt. Izuku stared silently at the ground. Sorry. Bakugo frowned. What? I said, sorry. Bakugo's fist struck Izuku's stomach. Thud. Air escaped his lungs. He dropped to his knees. Another kick landed against his ribs. Thud. Stop apologizing. Kick. It's pathetic. Kick. You're pathetic. One classmate hesitated. Bakugo. That's enough. Bakugo glared at him. You want to join him? The boy immediately stepped back. N number. Bakugo grabbed Izuku by the hair. Listen carefully. Don't apply to you. Don't dream about becoming a hero. Don't even think about standing beside me. He threw Izuku into the nearby wall. Crack. Dust fell from the concrete. Bakugo looked down at him. Know your place. He turned away. His followers laughed as they left. Silence returned. Izuku slowly pushed himself upright. His hands trembled. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He quietly wiped it away. Then picked up the broken lunchbox. School ended. The streets slowly emptied. Izuku walked home alone. His body ached with every step. Inside the apartment, the smell of dinner filled the room. Inko glanced toward him. You're late. Sorry. Again. She sighed. Go wash up. Izuku quietly walked toward the bathroom. He looked into the mirror. His cheek was swollen. His lip had split open. Purple bruises covered his neck. He washed away the blood. A few minutes later, he sat at the dinner table. They ate in silence. Finally, Inko spoke. Your teacher called. Izuku stopped eating. They said you caused another disturbance. I didn't. She sighed again. Izuku, can't you stop causing problems? His eyes lowered. I wasn't trying to. Bakugo, enough. Her voice became firmer. Don't keep blaming other people. Katsuki has a bright future. He wouldn't bother you without a reason. Izuku froze. Mom, finish eating. And stop making life harder for everyone. Silence returned. Only the sound of chopsticks remained. Later that night, rain began falling outside. Izuku quietly entered his room. It was small. Old notebooks filled every shelf. Hero analysis journals covered the desk. All Might posters decorated the walls. He slowly sat in front of the window. Rain tapped softly against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. He looked at one of his notebooks. Inside, every page contained dreams, hero costumes, rescue strategies, battle analyses, ideas that would never become reality. He gently closed it. Outside, lightning flashed across the city. Crack. For several long minutes, he simply watched the rain. The apartment was quiet. No one knocked on his door. No one asked how he was feeling. No one noticed the fresh bruises beneath his clothes. He slowly looked toward the distant city lights. His lips barely moved. There really isn't a place for me here. The rain continued falling. Far beyond Musudafu. Across endless oceans. Beyond worlds separated by dimensions. The full moon quietly shone over an isolated island where Rabbit Mink lived without knowing that fate had already begun moving toward them. Their lives, and Izuku's, would soon become forever connected. 3 days passed. Nothing changed. Every morning, Izuku walked into the classroom. Every afternoon, he left with fresh bruises. Every night, he returned home without saying a word. Another school day ended. Rain clouds gathered above Musudafu. Students poured through the school gates. Bakugo called out before leaving. Don't forget. He casually tossed something toward Izuku. A notebook. Izuku instinctively caught it. Boom. The cover exploded in his hands. Paper scattered through the air. Smoke rose from his burned fingers. Bakugo laughed. Still too slow. His friends laughed alongside him. They disappeared down the street. Izuku quietly gathered the torn pages. One by one, he stuffed them into his school bag. Then started walking. Instead of returning home, he headed toward Dagoba Beach. The abandoned shoreline remained almost empty. Broken refrigerators, rusted cars, twisted steel, mountains of trash streaked along the coast. Waves crashed against the shore. Whoosh! Izuku climbed onto a rusted washing machine. He stared across the ocean. It's peaceful. For the first time that week. There was no shouting, no explosions, no laughter aimed at him. Only the sound of the sea. Hours passed. The sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon. Izuku wandered deeper into the enormous landfill. He searched for scrap metal, old wires, broken electronics, anything useful. Repairing machines had always calmed him. His fingers brushed against something buried beneath layers of rusted debris. He pulled harder. Creak. A large metallic object slowly emerged. It resembled a strange capsule. Its surface was covered with black alloy unlike anything he had ever seen. Countless tiny symbols glowed faintly beneath decades of dirt. This isn't Japanese. He crouched beside it. Its shape reminded him of an escape pod. Yet, there were no visible hinges. No screws. No recognizable manufacturer. His curiosity immediately awakened. He wiped away more sand. Beneath the dirt, a shattered circular device became visible. Glass covered the center. Inside, hundreds of microscopic components rested beneath cracked crystal. Technology. Or something else. He carefully examined every edge. One corner had been torn open. Wires protruded from inside. They weren't copper. They shimmered with silver blue light. Interesting. Izuku carefully removed his notebook. Despite the damaged pages, he immediately began scanning the strange machine. Its internal structure fascinated him. He compared circuit patterns, estimated energy flow, calculated missing connections. If this powers the central core, then this should stabilize. He stopped. Wait. His eyes widened. The damaged circuit isn't broken. It's incomplete. He leaned closer. Someone hadn't destroyed it. Someone had removed specific components. Intentionally. His heartbeat accelerated. If I replace these pathways and redirect the energy. He searched through the surrounding junkyard. Old batteries, abandoned drones, broken satellite equipment, discarded industrial wiring. Piece by piece, he carried everything beside the mysterious device. Night fell. The moon rose above the ocean. Waves quietly rolled onto the shore. Hours passed. Sparks occasionally erupted. Crack, crack. Izuku soldered wires together using portable tools from his backpack. His burned fingers shook from exhaustion. Yet, he continued. Almost. Just one more connection. Another cable clicked into place. Click. Nothing happened. He frowned. Still missing something. He studied the internal mechanisms again. Then noticed a tiny crystal lodged beneath fractured metal. There. He carefully removed it. Its surface pulsed with faint blue light. A quantum capacitor. He had never seen anything remotely similar. Still, its placement made perfect sense. He adjusted its position, tightened the surrounding frame, closed the access panel, then slowly stepped back. Please work. He pressed the only remaining circular switch. Silence. Then, hum. The entire machine vibrated. Blue lines illuminated across its surface. The strange symbols began glowing brighter. Hum, hum. Wind suddenly rushed around the beach. Whoosh. Sand lifted into the air. Waves became violent. The ocean itself seemed to tremble. Izuku shielded his eyes. It's active. The glowing symbols accelerated. The damaged crystal released streams of blue particles. Space directly above the machine twisted. Like rippling water. What? A circular distortion appeared in the air. It wasn't light. It wasn't electricity. It was a crack. A crack in reality itself. Izuku stared silently. Through the unstable opening, he briefly saw another sky. Bright stars. 2 enormous moons. Then, green forests. Towering cliffs. An endless blue sea. His breathing stopped. Another world. The portal flickered violently. Crack. The machine emitted warning sounds. Hum, hum, hum. Its unstable energy surged beyond control. Sparks erupted from every side. Boom. Izuku immediately shut the device down. The portal collapsed. The beach returned to silence. Only the waves remained. Whoosh. He stared at the machine for several long moments. It wasn't an illusion. He slowly looked toward the place where the portal had existed. That place really exists. His heartbeat quickened. For the first time in years, something had appeared before him that wasn't another source of suffering. It was a possibility. He looked down at the strange machine. Dimensional travel. If I finish repairing you, you could take me there. The ocean breeze gently crossed the beach. Far beyond the stars, the same full moon illuminated a distant island where a young rabbit mink named Carrot happily gathered fruit beneath silver trees. She had no idea that somewhere across countless dimensions, a lonely boy had just discovered the path that would one day bring him into her world. 2 weeks passed. Every afternoon, Izuku returned to Dagoba Beach. The strange machine slowly came back to life. New wires replaced damaged ones. Broken circuits disappeared beneath fresh solder. Its blue core glowed brighter with every repair. Izuku closed another maintenance panel. Almost. He looked at the remaining damaged components. Just a little longer. The machine answered with a soft vibration. At school, nothing improved. Bakugo only became more violent. The classroom emptied after the final lesson. Izuku quietly packed his bag. Before he reached the door, Bakugo blocked his path. Where do you think you're going? Izuku stopped. Home. Wrong answer. Bakugo grabbed him by the collar. Outside, behind the school building, 5 boys surrounded Izuku. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Heard you've been disappearing every afternoon. Found somewhere to cry. Nobody answered. Bakugo punched him across the face. Thud. Izuku fell onto the pavement. Before he could stand, another kick landed against his ribs. Thud. Look at you. Still pretending you'll become something. One student quietly laughed. He never learns. Bakugo crouched beside him. Say it. Izuku remained silent. Bakugo grabbed his hair. Say you're worthless. Say it. Izuku slowly opened his mouth. Boom. An explosion erupted beside his head. Concrete shattered. Dust covered his face. Bakugo smiled. Louder. I'm worthless. Again. I'm worthless. Bakugo finally released him. Good. He stood. Remember that. The group walked away laughing. Izuku remained on the ground. Blood slowly dripped onto the concrete. Tap, tap. He quietly wiped his mouth. Then stood. Without saying another word. That evening, he returned home. Inko was already waiting. Your teacher called again. Izuku looked down. They said you've been skipping after-school activities. I've been busy. With what? He remained silent. She sighed. Izuku, you need to stop wasting time. Find something realistic. People like you should learn their limits. He quietly nodded. Okay, good. She returned to the Kitakan. The conversation ended. Later that night, Izuku locked his bedroom door. He sat beside his desk. A small recorder rested in front of him. He stared at it for several minutes. Then, he pressed the button. Click. The red light appeared. My name. He stopped. Took a slow breath. My name is Izuku Midoriya. If someone is listening, then this means I've already disappeared. His voice remained calm. This isn't anyone else's fault. This was my decision. He looked at the hero notebook beside him. I wanted to become a hero. But dreams don't change reality. He quietly continued speaking, describing years of bullying, the explosions, the beatings, the humiliation, the loneliness, every event, every injury, every ignored cry for help. His voice never became loud, only tired. When he finally stopped, nearly an hour had passed. Click. The recorder shut off. Izuku carefully placed it inside a waterproof container. Done. The next afternoon, he visited several stores across Musudafu. Not all at once. One after another. Small purchases. Medical supplies. Artificial blood chemicals. Storage capsules. Adhesive packs. Waterproof bags. Old rope. Gloves. None of them attracted attention. 3 days later, inside his room, Glass tubes lined the desk. Bright red liquid slowly flowed between them. Izuku carefully adjusted another measuring cylinder. Drop, drop, drop. He compared the color beneath a small flashlight. Close. He added another reagent. The liquid darkened. Better. He sealed the container. Then labeled it, synthetic blood sample. Next, he removed an old pair of school shoes. Scratched, worn, still carrying traces of dirt from years of use. He quietly placed them inside another bag. Then, he packed the recorder, the synthetic blood, his shoes, and several personal belongings into a waterproof backpack. He zipped it closed. Zip. Everything's ready. That night, he climbed onto the highest pedestrian bridge overlooking the river. Cold wind swept across the steel railings. Whoosh. Cars passed beneath him. Their headlights reflected across the water. Izuku quietly observed every angle. The nearby cameras, the emergency phones, the lighting, the river's current. He removed a folded city map. Several locations had already been crossed out. Only this bridge remained circled. Good visibility, strong current, easy access. Believable. He quietly nodded. This bridge would become the scene of his disappearance. Not tonight. Soon. Very soon. He slipped the map back into his pocket. Then looked toward the distant skyline. Far beyond those lights, the repaired dimensional machine waited beneath the trash mountains of Dagoba Beach. It only needed one final repair before activation. Izuku turned away from the railing. His footsteps echoed across the empty bridge. Tap, tap, tap. Behind him, the river continued flowing through the darkness. Waiting. Just as the bridge waited. For the night when all of Japan would believe Izuku Midoriya had died. Rain covered Musudafu. Dark clouds streaked across the city. Lightning flashed beyond the skyline. Crack. The weather forecast had warned everyone to stay indoors. Dagoba Beach became completely deserted. Exactly as Izuku expected. Beneath a mountain of rusted scrap, the dimensional machine stood fully repaired. Its damaged shell had been restored. New circuits surrounded the blue core. Every cable rested exactly where Izuku had calculated. He carefully tightened the final bolt. Click. Finished. He slowly stepped back. The machine remained silent, waiting. Earlier that afternoon, Izuku had already completed everything. The waterproof backpack containing the recorder, the artificial blood, his old school shoes, everything had been hidden beneath the pedestrian bridge. The current would carry the evidence exactly where investigators would eventually find it. There would be no body. Only enough evidence for everyone to reach one conclusion. Back at Dagoba, Izuku removed a small notebook from his pocket. Inside were dozens of calculations. Energy output, dimensional stability, activation timing, electromagnetic interference. Every equation had been checked repeatedly. He quietly smiled. This should work. He placed the notebook inside his backpack. He wouldn't need it anymore. The machine suddenly emitted a soft pulse. Hum. Blue lines illuminated across its surface. The core slowly rotated. Izuku frowned. I haven't activated it. Another pulse followed. Hum. Hum. The surrounding air became heavier. Wind swept across the beach. Whoosh. Waves crashed harder against the shore. The machine had begun drawing energy from the approaching storm. Crack. Lightning illuminated the clouds overhead. Izuku looked toward the sky. Perfect. He reached the control panel. His fingers rested upon the activation switch. He hesitated for only a second. Then pressed it. Click. Hum. The machine roared to life. Blue energy spread across every circuit. Symbols carved into its alloy shell began glowing brilliantly. The core accelerated. Faster. 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 The air twisted. Sand lifted into the sky. Pieces of scrap metal floated several centimeters above the ground. Whoosh. The ocean churned violently. Another bolt of lightning descended. Crack. It struck a rusted crane several hundred meters away. Electricity surged through the soaked earth. The dimensional machine absorbed it instantly. Hum. Warning lights flashed. A circular distortion appeared above the machine. Space bent inward. The opening expanded. 1 meter. 3 meters. 5. Inside, another world appeared. Endless ocean. Towering cliffs. Lush forests. 2 enormous moons hanging in a brilliant night sky. Izuku stared silently. It's real. The portal stabilized. Gentle wind blew from the other side. It carried unfamiliar scents. Flowers. Saltwater. Fresh rain. Nothing like Musudafu. The machine suddenly emitted another warning. Beep. 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 The core flashed red. Izuku immediately checked the display. His eyes widened. Energy overload. The storm had become stronger than expected. Lightning continued striking around Dagoba. Crack. Crack. The machine absorbed everything. Its output climbed rapidly. 83%. 91. 97. Too much. He rushed toward the control panel. Before he reached it, boom. Another lightning bolt struck directly above the machine. The entire beach exploded with light. The dimensional core screamed. Hum. The portal expanded uncontrollably. Wind erupted outward. Whoosh. Izuku grabbed a twisted steel beam. His feet slid through the wet sand. Not yet. The pull became stronger. Rocks. Cars. Pieces of scrap. Everything near the portal lifted into the air. Boom. The steel beam tore free from the ground. Izuku lost his grip. His body shot toward the portal. Exclamation mark. He desperately reached for the shoreline. His fingers scraped across the sand. Then, nothing. His body crossed the dimensional boundary. Boom. Light engulfed everything. Colors disappeared. Up became down. Left became right. Countless streams of blue light surrounded him. Fragments of strange landscapes flashed past. Oceans. Mountains. Floating islands. Endless skies. None lasted longer than a heartbeat. His body tumbled endlessly through the dimensional corridor. He could neither breathe nor scream. The pressure crushed against every part of him. Crack. His shoulder slammed into invisible force. Another impact struck his ribs. Thud. Blood drifted weightlessly around him. His consciousness began fading. The last thing he saw was a brilliant white moon. Far away, on a peaceful island surrounded by crystal blue seas. Silver moonlight covered grassy hills. A young rabbit mink happily skipped through a forest carrying a basket filled with fruit. Her long white ears twittering. She suddenly stopped. The wind changed. She looked toward the distant shoreline. Far beyond the trees, a brilliant blue light briefly appeared above the ocean. Then disappeared. That's strange. Curiosity filled her crimson eyes. Without another thought, she sprinted toward the beach. Whoosh. At the same moment, high above the sea, a crack opened in the night sky. Crack. A lone unconscious figure fell through it. His body spun helplessly through the air before crashing into the waves below. Splash. The dimensional rift instantly sealed itself, leaving only the sound of the ocean, and an unconscious green-haired boy, being carried toward an unfamiliar shore. The morning news began like any other. Traffic reports, weather forecasts, hero patrol schedules. Then, every broadcast across Japan suddenly stopped. Television screens flickered. Phones vibrated. Computers refreshed simultaneously. A single audio file had appeared across countless websites and social media platforms. Its title was simple: Recording of Izuku Midoriya. Within minutes, millions of people pressed play. Inside a television studio, the host looked toward the control room. Is this verified? A producer nodded. The metadata is authentic. The recording has already spread everywhere. We can't stop it. The host took a slow breath. Play it. Click. A quiet voice filled the studio. My name is Izuku Midoriya. If someone is listening, then I'm already gone. The room became completely silent. The recording continued. Izuku calmly described years of bullying. Daily assaults, explosions, destroyed school supplies, constant humiliation. His words remained steady. There was no shouting, only facts. I reported it. Nothing changed. Teachers saw it. Nothing changed. Every day, everyone pretended nothing happened. The recording continued. He spoke about returning home injured, covering bruises, hiding cuts, pretending everything was fine. I kept believing tomorrow would be different. It never was. Inside Aldera Middle School, teachers gathered around the faculty television. Nobody spoke. Every familiar hallway described in the recording belonged to their school. One teacher slowly lowered his head. Another quietly sat down. Their faces turned pale. Students throughout the building stared at their phones. Some recognized specific events, specific classrooms, specific dates. One boy who had once laughed during the bullying slowly covered his face. I remember that day. Another student whispered. We all saw it. Silence followed. Inside a convenience store, customers stopped shopping. The audio continued playing from the television mounted above the entrance. I never hated heroes. I only wanted someone to help. A cashier quietly wiped tears from her eyes. An elderly customer slowly removed his hat. Nobody spoke. Inside a police station, officers gathered around a conference table. The recording reached its final minutes. If someone finds this, please don't blame ordinary people. I'm simply tired. Click. The recording ended. Silence filled the room. One detective slowly stood. Who investigated his reports? Another officer searched the database. His expiration changed. There weren't any. Meanwhile, search teams continued examining the bridge where Izuku had supposedly disappeared. Officers discovered scattered evidence beneath the riverbank. An old school shoe, a damaged backpack, glass tubes containing traces of artificial blood. Everything was carefully collected. Investigators believed they were piecing together the final moments before his disappearance. None of them imagined that the owner of those belongings had already left their world. Inside U.A. High School, All Might quietly listened to the recording in an empty office. His hands slowly tightened. The words echoed through the room. I only wanted someone to help. Click. The recording stopped. All Might remained motionless. He remembered the rooftop months earlier. The green-haired boy asking one simple question. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? He slowly closed his eyes. Inside Musudafu, people gathered outside Aldera Middle School. Television vans surrounded the entrance. Reporters flooded the sidewalks. Cameras flashed endlessly. Click, click, click. Did the school ignore years of abuse? Why wasn't anything done? Who allowed this to continue? Teachers hurried inside without answering. Inside the Bakugo residence, the television repeated the recording again. Bakugo stood frozen. He recognized every sentence, every incident, every explosion. His mother looked toward him. Katsuki. He remained silent. The television displayed the recovered shoe beside the river. For the first time, the smile had disappeared from his face. Inside the Midoriya apartment, Inko sat alone before the television. The audio replayed once more. I kept believing tomorrow would be different. Her hands slowly began shaking. Izuku. She remembered every evening he had returned home. The bruises, the torn uniform, the quiet apologies. Memories she had ignored now returned one after another. Her breathing became uneven. No, please. Tears rolled down her cheeks. The apartment remained painfully quiet. Far beyond the boundaries of that world, waves gently carried an unconscious boy toward an unfamiliar shore. His body was covered with cuts. His breathing remained faint. The ocean slowly pushed him closer to white sand. Nearby, a pair of long rabbit ears twitterded. Soft footsteps approached through the trees. Tap, tap, tap. A cheerful rabbit Mink emerged from the forest carrying a basket of fruit. She looked toward the shoreline. Her crimson eyes widened. The basket slipped from her hands. Thump. Apples rolled across the sand. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the unconscious stranger lying at the edge of the sea. Whoosh. The recording continued spreading. Every television station replayed it. Every news website placed it on the front page. Millions of people had already listened to Izuku's final words. The country demanded answers. Outside Aldera Middle School, reporters surrounded the entrance. Microphones stretched toward every teacher who appeared. Camera flashes filled the street. Click, click, click. Did the school ignore years of bullying? Is it true that students repeatedly assaulted Izuku Midoriya? Why were no disciplinary actions taken? School staff hurried past without responding. The pressure continued growing. Inside the principal's office, members of the school board sat around a long table. Nobody smiled. Documents covered every surface. Attendance records, teacher reports, security footage, student statements. One board member broke the silence. We reviewed the surveillance archives. He projected several recordings. Bakugo shoving Izuku into lockers. Explosions inside classrooms. Destroyed notebooks. Teachers walking past without intervening. The room became silent. Another member slowly lowered the file in his hands. This happened for years. The principal rubbed his forehead. Yes, and we failed to stop it. Across the city, police investigators interviewed former students. Many hesitated, but eventually, they began speaking. Bakugo called him Deku every day. He burned his notebooks. Everyone knew. Teachers saw it. Nobody stopped him. Every testimony strengthened the investigation. Inside the Bakugo residence, the doorbell rang. Ding, ding. Mitsuki opened the door. 3 police officers stood outside. Mrs. Bakugo, we need to speak with Katsuki. She looked confused. What happened? This concerns the investigation involving Izuku Midoriya. Her expression stiffened. Katsuki. Bakugo slowly walked into the hallway. He hadn't slept. Dark circles rested beneath his eyes. One officer looked directly at him. We'd like you to answer several questions. Bakugo crossed his arms. Am I under arrest? Not at this time. Then make it quick. Inside the interview room, a recorder sat on the table. Click. The detective opened a file. Did you repeatedly assault Izuku Midoriya? Yeah. Did you destroy his belongings? Yeah. Did you threaten him? Bakugo remained silent. The detective placed several printed photographs onto the table. Burn marks, medical reports, damaged school supplies, security camera stills. These incidents all involve you. Bakugo stared at the photographs. He never fought back. Because he couldn't. Another detective spoke. Did you ever believe your actions could lead to his death? Bakugo's jaw tightened. He stopped. For the first time, he couldn't answer. The following morning, high school held an emergency admissions review. Principal Nezu sat with several faculty members. All Might, Aizawa, Smentos, Midnight, Present Mike. Files lay before each of them. The chairman quietly spoke. This concerns applicant Katsuki Bakugo. Aizawa opened the investigation report. The evidence is overwhelming. Years of documented violence. Multiple witnesses. Recorded admissions. All Might remained silent. Nezu folded his paws. Trains heroes. Not individuals who deliberately abuse the weak. Another vote was called. One by one, hands were raised. The decision was unanimous. That afternoon, Bakugo received an official letter. He opened it without concern. Then, his eyes stopped moving. The letter read, following the results of the ongoing investigation, High school has permanently revoked your eligibility for admission into the hero course. This decision is final. The paper slowly slipped from his fingers. What? He picked it up again. Reading every line. Again. And again. Number. That's impossible. He immediately grabbed his phone. Calls. Emails. Messages. None were answered. The news spread within hours. Every major network reported the decision. U.A. High school has permanently rejected Katsuki Bakugo following the investigation into the abuse of Izuku Midoriya. Social media exploded. Comments poured in by the thousands. He ruined another person's life. He doesn't deserve to become a hero. Good decision. Heroes protect people. They don't create victims. The next morning, Bakugo walked through the streets wearing a hood. People still recognized him. A woman quietly pulled her child closer. Two teenagers looked directly at him. That's him. The bully. Future hero killer. Bakugo kept walking. His fists trembled. He entered a convenience store. The cashier looked up. Recognition appeared immediately. The atmosphere changed. Customers whispered, "It's him. The one from the recording." Bakugo placed a drink on the counter. The cashier quietly pushed it back. "Please leave." "What?" "We're refusing service." "Leave." Silence filled the store. Bakugo stared for several seconds. Then turned around. The automatic doors opened. Whoosh. Outside, he heard another whisper. "He destroyed that kid." He walked faster. That evening, he stood alone in a deserted park. The city lights shimmered beyond the trees. His phone vibrated. Another news notification. Another article. Another accusation. He switched the screen off. Then threw the phone across the grass. Crack. The display shattered. He looked toward the dark sky. For years, everyone had praised him, called him talented, called him the future #1 hero. Now, those same voices had disappeared, replaced by silence and judgment. Far beyond that world, waves gently rolled against a quiet island. An unconscious green-haired boy remained asleep beneath a blanket inside a small wooden shelter. Beside him, a rabid mink carefully changed the bandages covering his wounds, completely unaware that the old life he had left behind was collapsing piece by piece. The investigation continued. Every day, new witnesses came forward. Former classmates, neighbors, teachers, parents. Each testimony painted the same picture. Izuku Midoriya had suffered for years, and almost no adult had stopped it. Television broadcasts filled the country. Public outrage continues following the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya. New evidence suggests repeated negligence by both family members and school officials. Authorities are expediting their investigation. The recording played once again. "I came home injured. I always said I was fine. Because I didn't want mom to worry." Click. The broadcast ended. The silence afterward felt heavier than the recording itself. Inside a small office building, Inko sat quietly at her desk. She had barely spoken since the recording appeared. Coworkers whispered whenever she passed. Their voices weren't loud, but she heard enough. That's her. Izuku's mother. Didn't she ignore everything? How could she not notice? Inko lowered her head. She continued working without answering. Later that morning, her supervisor entered. "Midoriya." She stood immediately. "Yes. Please come with me." Inside the manager's office, the atmosphere was tense. The manager folded his hands together. "This isn't an easy conversation." Inko quietly nodded. "I understand." He sighed. "Our company has received hundreds of complaints." He placed several printed emails on the desk. Customers threatened to boycott the business. Others questioned why the company employed someone connected to such a nationally discussed tragedy. "We've tried to handle this. But," he slowly pushed an envelope toward her. "Effective immediately. Your employment has been terminated." The words echoed inside the quiet room. Inko stared at the envelope. Her fingers trembled as she reached for it. I understand." She bowed. Thank you. She quietly walked toward the door. Before leaving, she stopped. I'm sorry. The manager looked down. I hope you find peace someday. Outside, rain had begun falling. Whoosh. Inko walked alone through the streets carrying a small cardboard box. Inside were years of belongings. A coffee mug, family photographs, office supplies. Nobody walked beside her. She finally reached her apartment building. Several neighbors stood near the entrance. Their conversation immediately stopped. One elderly woman frowned. That's her. Another crossed her arms. Poor boy. He needed his mother. A man shook his head. She never protected him. Inko tightened her grip on the box. She continued walking. Someone spoke again. Some people shouldn't become parents. Her footsteps faltered for a moment. Then continued. Inside the elevator, she stared at her own reflection. Her eyes looked exhausted. The silence felt unbearable. Ding. The elevator doors opened. She unlocked the apartment. Click. The room greeted her with complete stillness. I'm home. No answer came. She slowly entered. The apartment looked exactly as it always had. Except, one chair remained empty. She placed the cardboard box beside the table. Her eyes drifted toward Izuku's bedroom door. It remained slightly open. For several minutes, she simply stood there. Finally, she walked inside. The room had not changed. Hero posters still covered the walls. Notebooks remained stacked neatly across the shelves. All Might figures stood proudly upon the desk. Everything had been carefully organized. Just as Izuku always left it. She slowly picked up one notebook. Inside, pages overflowed with hero analysis. Battle strategies. Rescue plans. Carefully drawn diagrams. Small handwritten notes filled every margin. Rescuing civilians should always come first. Heroes need to remain calm during disasters. Everyone deserves to be saved. Her vision blurred. She opened another notebook. Then another. Every page reflected years of effort. Years of dreams. Dreams she had dismissed. Her knees slowly gave way. Thud. She collapsed beside the bed. The notebook slipped from her hands. Izuku. Tears rolled down her face. I never looked. She remembered every time he had returned home quietly. Every bruise. Every torn sleeve. Every weak smile. She remembered asking him to stop causing trouble. Remembered believing everything would eventually become normal. She covered her face. I should have listened. I should have asked. The apartment remained silent. Only her sobbing echoed through the room. Outside, another news report appeared. The apartment management has confirmed multiple residents have filed complaints demanding that Izuku Midoriya leave the building. Authorities have asked the public to avoid harassment, though tensions remain high. That evening, someone knocked on the apartment door. Knock, knock. Izuku slowly opened it. The building manager stood outside. His expression was uncomfortable. Mrs. Midoriya, I've received more complaints. She quietly nodded. I know. I'm asking you. He hesitated. If possible, please avoid leaving during busy hours. The situation outside has become hostile. Izuku lowered her eyes. I understand. The manager bowed slightly. I'm sorry. The door slowly closed. Click. The apartment became quiet once more. Far beyond Japan, waves gently washed against a white sandy beach. Inside a small wooden shelter, Izuku remained asleep beneath soft blankets. Fresh bandages covered his wounds. A rabbit mink quietly placed a bowl of warm herbal soup beside the bed. She smiled softly after confirming his breathing remained steady. You're going to be okay. Outside, the evening breeze carried the scent of the sea. Whoosh. For the first time in many years, someone was waiting for Izuku to wake up. The investigation reached its conclusion. Every report had been verified. Every witness had been questioned. Every recording had been authenticated. The result shocked the nation. Izuku Midoriya's disappearance was officially classified as the consequence of prolonged abuse and institutional negligence. Early that morning, television stations across Japan interrupted their regular programming. A special government broadcast appeared on every major channel. The title on the screen read, "National Press Conference." Inside the conference hall, dozens of reporters filled every seat. Television cameras pointed toward the stage. Click, click, click. Government officials, representatives from the National Police Agency, the Hero Public Safety Commission, U.A. High School, and Aldera Middle School, all stood behind a long table. None of them smiled. The room fell silent. A police commissioner stepped toward the microphone. "Today, we address the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya." He lowered his head. "Our investigation has determined that Mr. Midoriya suffered repeated physical and psychological abuse over several years. Multiple opportunities to intervene were missed. For that, we offer our deepest apology." Every official bowed. The entire hall became silent. Camera shutters echoed continuously. Click, click, click. Next, the representative from Aldera Middle School approached. His voice shook slightly. "Our school failed to provide a safe environment. We ignored warning signs. We failed to protect one of our own students." He bowed deeply. "There is no excuse." Principal Nezu stood afterward. The room immediately focused on him. U.A. High School was not directly responsible for the abuse. However, as the nation's leading hero academy, we acknowledge that the hero education system failed to recognize a child who desperately needed protection. He adjusted his glasses. "We cannot change the past. But reforms will begin immediately." All Might slowly walked toward the podium. The room became completely silent. He looked older than usual. His shoulders seemed heavier. "I once met Izuku Midoriya. He asked me one question." He paused. "He asked whether someone without a quirk could become a hero." His hand slowly tightened. "I failed to encourage him. I deeply regret that." He bowed. "I am truly sorry." For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then, the police commissioner returned. He unfolded a document, following all available evidence, and the recovery of personal belongings near the river. The National Police Agency officially declares Izuku Midoriya deceased. Silence consumed the conference hall. The word spread across every television, every radio, every phone, every home. The announcement reached every corner of Japan. Inside shopping malls, people stopped walking. Inside train stations, passengers quietly watched public screens. Inside restaurants, customers lowered their chopsticks. The official declaration echoed everywhere. Izuku Midoriya is presumed deceased. Inside the Bakugo residence, the announcement played across the living room television. Bakugo stood motionless. He stared at the screen. His breathing became uneven. "Dead." He whispered the word without realizing it. Mitsuki slowly sat beside the television. She covered her mouth. Neither of them moved. Inside the Midoriya apartment, Inko remained kneeling inside Izuku's bedroom. The broadcast continued from the small television outside. Officially declared deceased. Her body froze. "No." She slowly stood, stumbling toward the living room. "No." The announcement repeated. Izuku Midoriya is presumed deceased. The remote slipped from her trembling hand. Clack. "Izuku." She collapsed onto the floor. "Please, come home." Her voice broke. "Please." Only silence answered. Throughout the country, memorial flowers began appearing near the pedestrian bridge. Students quietly placed letters. Children left small hero figurines. Someone carefully placed an All Might keychain beside the railing. Another left a notebook. Written across the first page were simple words. "I'm sorry." The flowers continued growing throughout the day. That evening, government officials announced a series of national reforms. Anti-bullying laws, mandatory investigations, Independent school oversight, psychological support programs, anonymous reporting systems, new protections for quirkless children. Every proposal carried the same explanation: to ensure another tragedy like Izuku Midoriya never happens again. Far beyond that world, golden sunlight illuminated an unfamiliar island. Gentle waves rolled onto a quiet shore. Inside a small wooden shelter, Izuku remained unconscious. His breathing had grown steadier. The fever that had plagued him for days slowly faded. Beside the bed, the rabbit Mink quietly replaced another damp cloth on his forehead. She smiled softly. "You're getting better." Outside, the sea breeze carried the scent of flowers through the open window. Whoosh! The boy whom an entire nation had just mourned was slowly awakening. In a world where nobody knew his name, warm sunlight filtered through the leaves. Gentle waves rolled across the white shoreline. The air carried the scent of salt and wildflowers. Birds sang somewhere high above the forest canopy. Everything was peaceful. Near the edge of the beach, an unconscious green-haired boy lay half submerged in the shallow water. His clothes were torn. His body was covered with bruises. Small cuts marked his arms and face. Every breath came slowly, weakly. A young rabbit Mink knelt beside him. Her long white ears stood upright. Soft blonde hair danced in the sea breeze. Her crimson eyes carefully examined the stranger. "He's alive." She gently placed 2 fingers against his neck. A faint pulse answered. "Thank goodness." She looked around the empty shoreline. There was nobody else. No ship. No wreckage. Nothing. "Where did you come from?" The question disappeared into the sound of the waves. She carefully slid one arm beneath his shoulders, another beneath his knees. "You're heavier than I thought." With surprising strength, she lifted him completely off the sand. Whoosh! Electro faintly crackled around her feet as she walked across the beach. Small blue sparks danced between blades of grass. Crack! The unconscious boy never stirred. After several minutes, they reached a small wooden shelter hidden among the trees. It stood beside a clear stream. Wild vegetables grew nearby. Fruit trees surrounded the area. A peaceful home built by careful hands. She pushed the wooden door open. Creak. Inside, everything was clean and organized. A simple bed, a fireplace, wooden shelves, baskets filled with fruit, bundles of medicinal herbs hung from the ceiling. She gently laid the boy on the bed. There, she immediately fetished fresh water, carefully cleaning every wound. Blood slowly washed away, revealing countless bruises beneath. Her cheerful expression slowly faded. "Who did this to you?" She cleaned another injury, then another. There were too many. Old scars mixed with fresh ones. Some bruises had nearly healed. Others were only hours old. "You've been hurt for a long time," she whispered quietly. She opened a small wooden cabinet. Inside rested jars of herbs, ground roots, healing leaves, natural ointments. She crushed several herbs together, mixing them carefully, then gently spread the medicine across every cut. The cool paste covered the injuries. Finally, she wrapped clean bandages around his arms, his shoulder, his chest, his forehead. That should help. The afternoon passed quietly. Outside, the forest remained alive with gentle sounds. Rustling leaves, flowing water, birds calling from distant branches. Inside, the rabbit Mink sat beside the bed, watching, waiting. Every few minutes, she checked his breathing again. Still steady, still alive. As the sun began setting, she prepared warm vegetable soup. Its comforting aroma filled the small shelter. She placed the bowl beside the bed. "Maybe you'll wake up soon." No answer came. She leaned back in her chair, looking at the unfamiliar stranger. "You're definitely not a mink." His round human ears caught her attention. "And you're not a fish man." She tilted her head. "Not a giant either, or a longarm, or a scypian." She laughed softly. You're something I've never seen before. Outside, the moon slowly rose above the trees. Silver light covered the island. Inside the shelter, the boy's fingers twitched slightly. Tap. The rabbit Mink immediately stood. Another small movement. His breathing changed, slowly becoming stronger. His eyelids trembled. Hey, she stepped closer. Can you hear me? Izuku struggled to move. Everything hurt. His head felt unbearably heavy. His ears rang endlessly. He forced his eyes open. Light flooded his vision. Everything appeared blurry. A wooden ceiling, warm firelight, soft footsteps. Then, a smiling face entered his view. Long white rabbit ears, bright crimson eyes, a warm smile unlike any he had ever seen. Oh, she leaned closer. You're awake. Izuku instinctively flinched. His body tensed. His breathing quickened. Don't move. Her voice remained gentle. Your injuries are still healing. He looked around the unfamiliar room. Where? His throat felt dry. Where am I? The rabbit Mink blinked. You're on my island. She smiled brightly. I found you floating near the beach. Izuku stared silently. None of it made sense. The machine, the light, the endless tunnel, the ocean. He looked toward the open window. Outside, an unfamiliar forest stretched beneath a sky unlike any he had ever known. He slowly whispered. It worked. The rabbit Mink tilted her head. What worked? Izuku remained silent. His eyes drifted toward the moon hanging peacefully above the island. For the first time in his life, there were no explosions, no shouting, no insults, only quiet waves, and the gentle smile of the stranger who had saved him. Morning sunlight gently entered through the wooden window. Warm rays stretched across the quiet shelter. Outside, birds chirped happily among the trees. The distant ocean calmly rolled against the shore. Whoosh! Izuku slowly opened his eyes. His head still hurt, every muscle ached, but the crushing pressure inside his chest was gone. He stared at the unfamiliar ceiling. No explosions, no shouting, no insults, only silence, real silence. His stomach suddenly growled. Grr! He blinked. Before he could react, the wooden door slowly opened. Creak! The rabbit Mink stepped inside carrying a wooden tray. Steam rose from 2 bowls of soup. Fresh fruit rested beside them. She immediately noticed him sitting upright. Her face brightened. Good morning. She smiled so naturally that Izuku froze for a second. Good. His voice came out weak. Morning. She carefully placed the tray onto the table. You're awake much earlier today. She walked over. How are you feeling? Izuku slowly tested his shoulder. The sharp pain had become a dull ache. Better. Good. She nodded happily. That means the medicine worked. She picked up 1 bowl, carefully handing it toward him. Here, eat while it's still warm. Izuku instinctively hesitated. She blinked. What's wrong? Is it really? He quietly looked at the food. For me. She tilted her head. Of course. Who else would it be for? Izuku looked at the bowl again. Warm soup, fresh vegetables, clean water. Simple. Yet, nobody had ever prepared food specifically for him before without expecting something in return. His fingers trembled slightly as he accepted it. Thank you. She smiled again. You're welcome. They ate quietly. The soup was simple, but warm. Every spoonful eased the emptiness inside him. He didn't realize how hungry he had been. The rabbit Mink giggled. Slow down. Nobody's going to steal it. Izuku immediately stopped. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? He lowered his eyes. Habit. She looked at him for several seconds. Then quietly changed the subject. My name is Carrot. She pointed at herself proudly. I'm a rabbit Mink. She smiled. What's yours? Izuku looked toward her. Izuku. Izuku. She repeated it slowly. That's a nice name. Thank you. Where are you from? Izuku remained silent. His eyes drifted toward the window. Very far away. Carrot laughed. Well, that part is obvious. I've never seen anyone like you before. After breakfast, Carrot gathered fresh bandages. Hold still. She gently unwrapped the old ones, carefully checking every injury. Her fingers were incredibly gentle. Whenever she touched a bruise, she made sure not to press too hard. This one is healing nicely. These cuts should disappear soon. Izuku quietly watched her. She never looked annoyed, never impatient, never angry, only focused on helping him. Does it hurt? She asked. A little. Sorry. She immediately became even more careful. I'll be gentler. Izuku stared. She had apologized, because she accidentally caused him a little discomfort. His mind couldn't understand it. After replacing every bandage, Carrot stood up. Finished. She placed her hands on her hips proudly. See, you're getting better. Izuku looked at the fresh bandages. Thank you. You're saying thank you a lot. Because. He hesitated. Nobody has ever. His voice faded. Carrot waited patiently. Never mind. She didn't force an answer. Instead, she smiled. Then I'll just keep helping until you don't feel like thanking me every 5 minutes. Izuku blinked. For some reason, he almost smiled. Almost. Later that afternoon, Carrot walked outside. Come on. You've been inside long enough. I don't know if I can walk. We'll go slowly. She extended her hand. Without hesitation. Without fear. Without judgment. Just an invitation. Izuku looked at the offered hand. Memories flashed briefly. Being shoved away. Having his hand slapped aside. Being ignored. He slowly reached forward. Their hands met. Warm. Soft. Carrot gently helped him stand. See. You're doing great. They stepped outside together. The island stretched beautifully before him. Green forests. Clear rivers. Rolling hills. White cliffs overlooking an endless blue ocean. The air smelled fresh. Flowers swayed gently in the breeze. But what caught his attention most was the complete absence of city noise. There were no sirens. No traffic. No explosions. Only nature. It's beautiful. Carrot beamed. Right. This place is amazing. She happily pointed toward distant hills. There are waterfalls over there. Fruit groves over there. And the beach where I found you is that way. She continued excitedly explaining every part of the island. Izuku quietly listened. He wasn't paying attention to every location. Instead, he watched her. Her endless energy. Her bright smile. Her cheerful laughter. Everything about her felt completely genuine. As the sun slowly descended, they sat together beneath a large tree overlooking the sea. Golden light reflected across the waves. Carrot strutted happily. Today was nice. Izuku nodded. Yeah. She looked toward him. You smiled. Izuku blinked. Did I? Just a little. She laughed. But I saw it. He unconsciously touched the corner of his mouth. He really had. For the first time in years. Not because someone demanded it. Not because he wanted to hide his pain. But because he genuinely wanted to. Night slowly covered the island. Countless stars filled the sky. The moon shone brightly above the peaceful ocean. Inside the shelter, Carrot finished preparing another blanket. Good night, Izuku. Good night. She blew out the lantern. Whoosh. Darkness settled across the room. Izuku lay quietly on the bed, listening to the peaceful sounds outside. The waves, the wind, the distant singing of insects. Then, he remembered the final day in his old world. The bridge, the recording, the portal, everyone who had abandoned him. He slowly closed his eyes. I'm not going back. The words were barely louder than a whisper. Yet, for the first time, they carried no fear, only relief. Outside, the full moon silently watched over the island. Unseen by either of them. A faint silver glow briefly shimmered across Izuku's body before disappearing into the night. 3 days passed peacefully. For Izuku, They were unlike any days he had ever experienced. He woke without fear. He ate without being mocked. He slept without waiting for someone to kick open the door. The island remained quiet, peaceful, alive. Early one morning, Carrot happily strutted outside the shelter. "Come on, Izuku. Today we're collecting herbs." Izuku stepped outside. His injuries had healed remarkably fast. The bruises had faded. The cuts had almost disappeared. "Are you sure I'm ready?" Carrot laughed. "You're already walking normally. Besides," she pointed toward the forest. "It's not far." Izuku smiled faintly. "Okay." The forest welcomed them with cool shade. Sunlight filtered through thousands of green leaves. Birds flew overhead. Small animals darted between bushes. Carrot skipped happily from one trail to another. "This one." She pointed toward a cluster of blue flowers. "These help with fevers." Izuku carefully knelt beside them. "They smell nice." "Right." She smiled proudly. "Nature has medicine for almost everything." They continued walking, collecting herbs, berries, and edible mushrooms. The entire time, Carrot spoke endlessly, telling stories, describing animals, pointing out unusual plants. Izuku mostly listened. He didn't mind. He actually enjoyed hearing her voice. Later, they reached a beautiful waterfall. Clear water poured into a crystal blue lake. Mist floated gently above the surface. Carrot dropped her basket. Finally, she laughed. "Time to rest." She sat near the water. Izuku followed. The cool breeze felt refreshing. Without warning, Carrot's rabbit ears suddenly twittered. Tap, tap, tap. She immediately looked toward the distant trees. "Huh." Izuku blinked. "What is it?" She stood. "Someone's coming." Izuku looked around. "I don't hear anything." Carrot smiled. "Minks have really good hearing." "It's still pretty far away." Several seconds later, Izuku finally heard it. Very faint footsteps. "You're right." Carrot laughed proudly. "See." They waited. A family of wild deer emerged from the forest. They peacefully walked toward the lake before drinking. Izuku stared. "You heard them from that far away?" "Yep." She smiled. "Our ears are amazing." Izuku looked thoughtfully at her rabbit ears. "That's incredible." As the afternoon continued, they returned home. The sky slowly darkened. Clouds drifted away, revealing a brilliantly clear evening. That night, the full moon rose, larger, brighter, more beautiful than before. Silver light poured across the island. Every tree shimmered softly. The ocean reflected countless stars. Inside the shelter, Izuku quietly stared through the window. The moon felt strangely familiar. His chest tightened. A strange warmth spread through his body. He touched his neck. The warmth intensified. His heartbeat accelerated. Thump, thump, thump. Outside, Carrot noticed him. "Izuku." He slowly stood. "Something feels strange." His vision blurred. The moonlight seemed brighter. Far brighter. Every sound became louder. Waves, wind, birds sleeping inside distant trees. Even insects crawling beneath the grass. Everything entered his ears simultaneously. He winced. "My head." Carrot immediately approached him. "Izuku." Before she reached him, crack. Tiny sparks danced across his fingertips. Blue electricity flickered briefly, then disappeared. Carrot stopped. "Electro." Another spark erupted. Crack, crack. Izuku looked at his hands. What? His body suddenly trembled. His heartbeat became even louder. Thump, thump, thump. His hearing sharpened again. He could hear fish jumping hundreds of meters away. Waves striking distant cliffs. Owls flying above the forest. Every sound became crystal clear. He grabbed his head. "I can hear everything." Then, another sensation appeared. An itich. High above his head, he instinctively reached upward. His fingers froze. Something soft brushed against his hand. He slowly touched it again. Warm, covered in soft fur. He carefully felt its shape. Long, upright, slightly curved. His breathing stopped. Carrot's crimson eyes widened. Izuku, she pointed upward. He turned toward the window. His reflection appeared in the glass. Standing above his green hair were two snow-white rabbit ears, perfectly matching hers. Izuku stared silently. His ears twiddled on their own. Tap, tap. New sounds flooded into his mind. Every heartbeat inside the shelter. Every leaf moving outside. Every breeze crossing the ocean. His balance felt completely different. His senses sharper than ever before. How? Carrot slowly stepped closer. Amazement filled her face. You're growing mink ears. Izuku looked at her. Is that possible? She slowly shook her head. Not for humans. Another pulse of warmth spread through his body. The rabbit ears twiddled again. Crack. Small blue sparks danced around their tips. Carrot gasped softly. You're producing Electro. Without training. Izuku looked at his trembling hands. The faint blue sparks continued appearing between his fingers. Crack. Crack. He had never seen anything like it. The moonlight grew brighter. Silver rays surrounded him. For several seconds, his entire body glowed faintly. Then, the light disappeared. Everything became quiet again. His breathing slowly steadied. The warmth faded. Only the rabbit ears remained. Carrot carefully walked around him. Examining every angle, she gently touched one fluffy ear. Wow! The ear immediately twiddled. Izuku instinctively jumped. Carrot burst into laughter. They're sensitive. Izuku quickly covered them. I noticed. She laughed even harder. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Despite the confusion, despite everything that had just happened, Izuku found himself laughing quietly with her. A small, genuine laugh. Outside, the full moon continued shining peacefully above the island. Deep within Izuku's body, the mysterious energy brought from another world had begun merging with the moon's power, starting an evolution that neither of them yet understood. The morning after the strange transformation, Izuku woke before sunrise. Soft golden light filtered through the wooden window. The island was still quiet. Only the sound of gentle waves reached the shelter. Whoosh! He slowly sat up. Something brushed against the pillow. His new rabbit ears. They instinctively twiddled. Tap. Immediately, dozens of sounds entered his mind. Birds preparing to leave their nests. Leaves swaying far beyond the forest. Water flowing through the nearby stream. His eyes widened. I can still hear them. He carefully touched one ear. Its soft white fur felt completely real. It wasn't a dream. Outside, Carrot was already strutting beneath the morning sun. When she noticed him, her face brightened. Good morning, Izuku. His ears twiddled toward her voice before he even turned around. Good morning. Carrot giggled. Your ears moved before your head. Izuku blinked. They did. Yep. She laughed. They're already acting like a real minx. He instinctively covered them. I still can't control them. Don't worry. She smiled warmly. You'll get used to them. After breakfast, Carrot suddenly stood. Today, she pointed toward the forest. I'm going to teach you something. Izuku tilted his head. Teach me. She nodded enthusiastically. Electro. They walked toward a wide grassy clearing surrounded by tall trees. The morning breeze carried the scent of fresh flowers. Carrot stopped in the center. This place is perfect. Izuku looked around. For what? She raised one finger proudly. Training. She stood several meters away. All minks naturally have Electro. Tiny blue sparks immediately appeared around her fingertips. Crack, crack. The electricity danced across her arms like living light. Izuku watched carefully. Amazing. Carrot smiled proudly. It's part of our bodies. We don't create electricity. We guide the energy that's already inside us. She slowly clenched her fist. The blue lightning became brighter. Crack. Wadded carefully, she gently touched a nearby tree. Zap! Blue electricity spread across the trunk. Leaves trembled. Small sparks danced through every branch. Yet, the tree remained unharmed. Carrot smiled. See, Electro doesn't always have to destroy. It can stun, paralyze, or simply flow. Izuku nodded, carefully memorizing every movement. Your turn. Carrot stepped aside. Izuku looked at his hands. I don't know how. Just relax. Don't force it. Listen to your body. He slowly closed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he remembered the warmth from last night. The strange current flowing beneath his skin. He reached for that feeling again. Silence. Nothing happened. He tried again. Still nothing. I can't. Carrot shook her head. You're trying too hard. She walked beside him. Electro isn't about strength. It's about feeling. She gently placed one finger against his wrist. Can you feel your heartbeat? Thump. Thump. Yes. Good. Now imagine every heartbeat carrying tiny sparks through your body. Izuku closed his eyes again. Heartbeat. Breathing. Warmth. The strange energy beneath his skin. Slowly, he felt it. A tiny current, moving through his arm. His fingers twitched. Crack. A tiny blue spark appeared. Then vanished. Carrot's ears immediately stood upright. You did it. Izuku opened his eyes. That was. Before he finished. Crack. Another spark appeared. Then another. Then another. Blue electricity danced across every finger. Not wildly. Not violently. Naturally. As if it had always belonged there. Izuku stared in amazement. It's beautiful. Carrot smiled excitedly. Keep going. Izuku concentrated. The electricity became stronger. Crack. Crack. Small arcs jumped between his hands. The grass beneath his feet trembled slightly. The air smelled faintly of ozone. Suddenly, the current surged. Boom. A brilliant flash erupted from his palms. White-blue lightning exploded outward. The shockwave scattered leaves across the clearing. Whoosh. Birds immediately flew into the sky. Carrot's eyes widened. Whoa. Izuku quickly pulled his hands back. Sorry. The electricity instantly disappeared. Silence returned. Both of them stared at the tree several meters away. Its trunk now held a perfectly circular scorch mark. Smoke slowly drifted upward. Carrot blinked. That. She slowly walked toward it. Touching the blackened bark. That's impossible. Izuku followed. Did I do that? She nodded slowly. Yes. But. She looked back at him. That wasn't beginner-level Electro. Not even close. Izuku frowned. What do you mean? Carrot searched for the right words. Ordinary young minks produce little sparks. It takes years of training before they can release something like this. She looked again at the scorched tree. You just did it on your first real attempt. Izuku looked at his own hands. I don't understand. Neither do I. They continued practicing throughout the afternoon. Every attempt became smoother. Every movement more natural. Small sparks quickly became flowing currents. Izuku learned how to guide them through his fingertips. Along his arms. Around his body. Crack. Crack. The electricity obeyed him more easily with every attempt. Almost. As though his body had been designed for it. Finally. As the sun began setting. Carrot tossed a small apple into the air. Try hitting it. Izuku looked up. The apple spun high above them. He instinctively extended one finger. Without thinking. Without concentrating. Crack. A thin bolt of blue lightning shot upward. Zap. The apple stopped in midair. Completely wrapped in harmless blue sparks. It slowly drifted back down into Izuku's waiting hand. Completely unharmed. Both of them stared at it. Carrot burst into laughter. You even controlled the output perfectly. Izuku blinked. Was that difficult? She laughed even harder. Very. He looked down at the apple. Then at his hand. Then toward the evening sky. The strange energy inside him no longer felt foreign. It felt natural, like another heartbeat, like another breath. Deep beneath his skin, the mysterious mutation continued evolving. The moon's power, the blood of a newly forming Mink, and the energy of Electro were slowly becoming one. Another week passed. Every sunrise brought new discoveries. Izuku's rabbit ears had become a natural part of him. They reacted to sounds before he consciously noticed them. They twitterded whenever Carrot laughed. They turned toward the rustling of distant leaves. They folded slightly whenever a cold breeze swept across the island. Little by little, he stopped thinking of them as strange. They simply belonged to him now. Electro training continued every morning. Crack. Small blue arcs danced effortlessly between his fingertips. Carrot watched proudly. "You're learning way too fast." Izuku scratched the back of his head. "Is that bad?" She laughed. "Not really. It's just unfair." She pointed a finger at him dramatically. "I spent years practicing. You've only been training for days." Izuku smiled awkwardly. "Sorry. Stop apologizing." She giggled. "I'm complimenting you." Later that afternoon, they climbed toward the highest cliff on the island. The path wound through ancient trees. Cool sea air drifted between the branches. From the summit, the entire island stretched beneath them. Waterfalls shimmered like silver ribbons. The endless ocean surrounded every horizon. Izuku quietly admired the view. "It's incredible." Carrot nodded happily. "This is my favorite place." She sat near the cliff's edge, dangling her legs over the side. Izuku joined her. For several minutes, neither of them spoke. They simply listened to the wind. Slowly, the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Orange skies faded into deep blue. One by one, countless stars appeared. Then, the full moon rose. Large, bright, almost impossibly beautiful. Silver light washed across the island. Every tree glowed softly beneath its radiance. Carrot immediately looked toward the moon. Her rabbit ears stood upright. "It's beautiful tonight." Izuku nodded. "Yeah." Then, the familiar warmth returned. Stronger than before. Far stronger. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Thump, thump, thump. He grabbed his chest. Exclamation mark. Carrot immediately noticed. "Izuku." His breathing became uneven. "It's starting again." The warmth spread rapidly. Through his arms, his legs, his spine, his entire body. Crack. Small blue sparks erupted around his feet. They quickly multiplied. Crack, crack, crack. Electricity wrapped around his body like flowing ribbons. The air trembled. Carrot stepped back. "Electro. It's increasing." The moonlight intensified. Silver rays seemed to gather around Izuku. His rabbit ears twittered wildly. Tap, tap, tap. Every sense exploded outward. He could hear waves crashing against cliffs kilometers away. The heartbeat of birds sleeping inside distant nests. Fish swimming beneath the sea. Every sound became unbelievably clear. He closed his eyes. What's happening? The warmth reached its limit. Boom. A pillar of silver light erupted around him. Wind exploded across the cliff. Whoosh. Grass bent flat beneath the pressure. Leaves scattered into the night sky. Carrot shielded her face. Izuku. The brilliant light swallowed his silhouette completely. Inside the pillar, his body began changing. His green hair slowly lost its color. Strand after strand, it became pure white, soft, bright, almost glowing beneath the moon. The transformation continued. His eyelashes turned white. His eyebrows followed. His skin became slightly paler beneath the silver light. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Their familiar green disappeared, replaced by brilliant crimson, deep red, glowing softly like two rubies beneath the moonlight. The pillar of light vanished. Whoosh. Silence returned. Only gentle moonlight remained. Izuku stood motionless. His white hair swayed in the breeze. His rabbit ears looked softer. Longer. His crimson eyes reflected the full moon. Faint white electricity quietly flowed around his body. Crack, crack, crack. Carrot stared, completely speechless. Wow, she whispered unconsciously. You're beautiful. Izuku blinked. What? He looked down at his hands. They appeared mostly unchanged. Only faint silver light still lingered across his skin. Why are you looking at me like that? Carrot slowly pointed toward a small lake nearby. Look. Izuku walked toward the water. The lake reflected the moon perfectly. He looked into it. His body froze. The reflection staring back wasn't the boy who had arrived from another world. White hair, crimson eyes, snow-white rabbit ears, a calm expression, an almost ethereal appearance beneath the moonlight. He slowly touched his hair. The reflection copied him. His fingers ran through soft white strands. This. He touched his face, his eyes, his ears. Is me. Carrot quietly walked beside him. That's Sulong. Izuku looked toward her. Sulong. She nodded slowly. It's a special transformation only minks can use under the full moon. Her voice carried both amazement and confusion. Our strength, our speed, our Electro, everything increases. She looked at him carefully. But something's wrong. Izuku frowned. Wrong. Ordinary minks, she hesitated, lose themselves. They become wild, almost impossible to control. She looked directly into his glowing crimson eyes. But you're completely calm. Izuku examined himself again. His thoughts were perfectly clear. His breathing remained steady. He felt lighter, faster, stronger, yet completely in control. I don't feel different. That's exactly the problem. Carrot whispered. Curious. Izuku crouched slightly. I wonder. He gently pushed against the ground. Boom. The earth cracked beneath his feet. Before he realized it, his body had already crossed the clearing. Whoosh. He stopped several dozen meters away. Eyes wide. I barely moved. He looked back. Carrot was staring at the deep trail left behind. That was faster than I've ever seen. Izuku looked at his own hands. White lightning quietly flowed across his fingers. Crack. His muscles felt incredibly light. His vision sharper than ever before. Every heartbeat echoed with overwhelming energy. Yet, his mind remained calm, peaceful, focused. Carrot slowly smiled. Despite her confusion, despite not understanding what had happened, she felt genuinely happy. You did it. Izuku tilted his head. Did what? She smiled brightly. You became a mink. The words lingered in the night air. Izuku looked once more at his reflection. The frightened quirkless boy from another world seemed farther away than ever. Beneath the light of the full moon, a new existence had taken its first true breath. And unknown to either of them, when the moon finally set, the transformation did not completely fade. The first rays of dawn slowly rose above the horizon. Golden sunlight washed over the island. The brilliant full moon gradually disappeared behind the western sea. Birds began singing once again. Gentle waves rolled against the shore. Whoosh! Izuku slowly opened his eyes. He instinctively reached toward his head. His rabbit ears were still there. Soft, warm, completely real. He quietly exhaled. Then he noticed something else. His hair. He grabbed a strand. Green. His hair had returned to its familiar color. He hurried toward the small mirror inside the shelter. His reflection stared back. Green hair. Green eyes. White rabbit ears. So it really happened. The white hair and crimson eyes had vanished. Only the rabbit ears remained. Outside, Carrot was already preparing breakfast. She noticed him immediately. Morning. Good morning. She smiled. How are you feeling? Izuku paused. He carefully listened. His ears automatically rotated. Tap. He could still hear the stream. The birds. The wind moving through distant trees. His senses remained far sharper than any human's. Normal. He answered honestly. Actually, Better than normal. Carrot nodded. That's good. After breakfast, they returned to the training clearing. Carrot carried a wooden stick. She drew a large circle in the ground. Today, she smiled confidently. We're going to test your Sulong. Izuku blinked. During the day, we're preparing before tonight. She rested the stick on her shoulder. Last night you transformed, but we don't know what happens next. Izuku nodded. Right. The entire day was spent training. Running, jumping, using Electro. Izuku's physical abilities had increased dramatically. Even without the white-haired transformation, he could already outrun wild deer. His hearing continued improving. His balance felt flawless. His rabbit instincts had become almost natural. Every movement flowed effortlessly. Late in the afternoon, Carrot suddenly stopped. You're adapting incredibly fast. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead. Is that unusual? She laughed. Very. Newly transformed minks usually spend weeks getting used to their ears. She pointed toward him. You've only needed days. The sky slowly darkened. Orange faded into purple, then blue. Finally, the full moon appeared once again. Its silver light spread across the island. Carrot took a slow breath. Here we go. Izuku looked toward the moon. Immediately, the familiar warmth returned. Thump, thump, thump. Electricity quietly danced around his fingertips. Crack. His rabbit ears stood upright. Silver light surrounded his body. His green hair slowly changed. White. Pure white. His eyes shifted once more. Glowing crimson. Soft white electricity flowed around him. Crack, crack, crack. The transformation finished. Just like the previous night. Carrot carefully observed him. Izuku. Yeah. His voice remained completely calm. She blinked. How are you feeling? He looked at his hands. Strong. He flexed his fingers. Really strong. He smiled slightly. But I'm still me. Carrot slowly circled around him. Watching every movement. His breathing. His eyes. His posture. Everything remained completely normal. She picked up a small stone. Katak. She tossed it without warning. Whoosh. Before Izuku consciously reacted, his body moved. Tap. The stone rested gently inside his hand. He blinked. That was fast. Carrot stared. You caught it without even looking. Izuku looked down. I didn't think. My body just moved. Carrot picked up another. Then another. Soon, stones flew from every direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Izuku calmly caught every single one. Left hand, right hand, behind his back. Without panic, without effort, Carrot slowly lowered the final stone. Your instincts have become incredible. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. Everything feels clear. She suddenly grinned. Okay, one more test. Before Izuku could ask, she disappeared. Whoosh. Using Mink speed, she sprinted through the forest. Circling behind him, above him, around him. Her footsteps became almost impossible to follow. Ordinary people would never have seen her. Izuku quietly closed his eyes. His rabbit ears twitterded. Tap, tap, tap. Wind, footsteps, heartbeat, breathing. He smiled. Behind me. Whoosh. He turned. Carrot instantly changed direction. Left. Whoosh. She jumped into a tree. Above. She leapt again. Right. She froze atop a branch. Eyes wide. Izuku slowly opened his crimson eyes. Your heartbeat gives you away. Silence filled the clearing. Carrot jumped back to the ground. That's impossible. She folded her arms. Even experienced warriors struggle to follow Mink movement. She looked directly at him. You tracked me perfectly. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry. She burst into laughter. Stop apologizing. For another hour, they tested everything. Strength, speed, electro, hearing, vision, balance, reaction. Every result surprised Carrot. None of them resembled an ordinary first-time Sulong. Finally, Carrot became serious. She sat on a fallen log. There's one last thing. Izuku walked closer. What is it? She looked toward the moon. Ordinary Sulong doesn't last long. The longer we stay transformed, the harder it becomes to stay conscious. She lowered her voice. Eventually, we lose control. Friends become enemies. Everything becomes a blur. Izuku quietly listened. Many minks avoid looking directly at the full moon. Because once the transformation starts, someone else has to stop them. Silence settled between them. Izuku looked inward. He searched his thoughts, his emotions, his instincts. There was excitement, strength, clarity, but not even the slightest trace of madness. I don't feel anything like that. Carrot nodded slowly. I know. That's what scares me. Hours passed. The moon climbed higher. Ordinary mink would already begin struggling. Their breathing would become erratic. Their movements wild. Their eyes unfocused. Izuku remained exactly the same. Calm, collected, completely aware. Near midnight, the silver glow surrounding him unexpectedly changed. Instead of growing unstable, it condensed. The flowing white lightning became smoother, quieter, more refined. Crack, crack. A calm aura surrounded him instead of violent energy. Carrot stared in disbelief. You're Sulong. It's stabilizing. Izuku looked at his own hands. The power no longer felt overwhelming. It felt natural, as though every part of his body had accepted it. He smiled softly. Maybe this is who I'm supposed to be now. Above them, the full moon continued shining peacefully. Deep inside Izuku's evolving body, the mysterious dimensional energy and the blood of a newly awakened rabbit mink completed another stage of their fusion. For the first time in history, a Sulong transformation had become perfectly controlled. Morning arrived with clear blue skies. The sea sparkled beneath the rising sun. Gentle waves rolled against the island's white shore. Whoosh! Inside the wooden shelter, Izuku slowly opened his eyes. His white rabbit ears instinctively turned toward the Kitakin. Tap, tap. He heard quiet humming. Wood being chopped. A pot gently bubbling over the fire. He smiled before he even stood. Carrot's already awake. He walked outside. Carrot was standing beside the fireplace. Her long rabbit ears bounced lightly as she stirred a pot of vegetable soup. When she noticed him, her face immediately brightened. Good morning. Good morning. She smiled. Perfect timing. Breakfast's almost ready. They sat together outside the shelter. The cool morning breeze drifted across the cliff. Fresh fruit rested beside two wooden bowls. They ate peacefully. The silence wasn't awkward. It felt comfortable, safe. After breakfast, Carrot suddenly stood. Today we're going exploring. Izuku looked up. Where? She pointed toward the distant mountains. There's a meadow full of moon lilies. They only bloom after a full moon. They're really pretty. Izuku nodded. I'd like to see them. She smiled. Then let's go. The trail climbed through forests and gentle hills. Carrot walked ahead, occasionally hopping onto rocks instead of following the path. Her cheerful laughter echoed through the trees. Every now and then, she stopped to point something out. Look, a family of rabbits. Those berries are sweet. That bird only sings in the morning. Izuku quietly followed, listening, watching. At one point, Carrot slipped while jumping across a stream. Without thinking, Izuku moved. Whoosh! Before she touched the water, he caught her around the waist. Their momentum carried them safely onto the opposite bank. Silence. They remained frozen for a moment. Carrot blinked twice, then laughed. Nice cattic. Izuku immediately let go. Sorry. She tilted her head. Why are you apologizing? I grabbed you. She giggled. You grabbed me so I wouldn't fall. That's called helping. Izuku scratched his cheek awkwardly. Right. They continued walking. Although, Izuku found himself occasionally remembering the warmth of that brief moment. He quietly shook his head, trying to ignore the strange feeling. Around noon, they reached the meadow. Thousands of white flowers covered the hills. Their petals shimmered softly beneath the sunlight. The ocean stretched endlessly beyond the cliffs. The view was breathtaking. Carrot happily ran into the field. Beautiful. She spun around with both arms spread wide. The breeze carried her laughter across the meadow. Izuku stood silently, watching. The flowers, the sunlight, the blue sky, and her. Something inside his chest tightened. Not painfully, warmly. He had never really looked at someone this way before. Not because of beauty alone, but because every memory he had made on this island included her smile. Every peaceful morning, every meal, every conversation, every lesson. She had been there, without asking for anything, without judging him, without expecting him to become someone else. Carrot noticed him staring. Izuku. He blinked. Sorry. You're doing it again. Doing what? Spacing out. She laughed. Come on. She reached toward him. The flowers are prettier up close. They spent hours wandering through the meadow. Carrot gathered flowers into small bundles. She showed him how to weave them into simple crowns. Hers looked perfect. Izuku's looked slightly crooked. Carrot laughed so hard she almost dropped hers. It's adorable. It's uneven. That's why it's adorable. She carefully fixed one flower. There. Now it's perfect. She gently placed the flower crown on his head. His rabbit ears poked through small openings between the flowers. Carrot froze. Izuku blinked. What? She covered her mouth. You're really cute. Izuku's face immediately turned red. See cute. She nodded repeatedly. Very. He looked away. She laughed even harder. Later, they rested beneath a large tree overlooking the sea. A gentle breeze moved through the flowers. Petals drifted through the air. Whoosh. Carrot leaned back against the trunk. This island has always been peaceful. She smiled toward the horizon. But it's more fun now. Izuku looked at her. Because I'm here. She nodded immediately. Yeah. Before, I explored alone. Now, she smiled warmly. I have someone to share it with. Those simple words struck deeper than any insult he had ever received. Because they were sincere. Completely sincere. Izuku quietly lowered his eyes. Thank you. Carrot smiled. For what? For finding me. For helping me. For believing me. He looked toward the ocean. You never asked why I was different. You never treated me like I didn't belong. You just. He searched for the right words. Accepted me. Silence followed. Carrot's expression softened. She reached over, gently placing her hand on top of his. Because you deserve to be accepted. Everyone does. Izuku stared at their hands. Hers was warm, steady, comforting. For several long seconds, neither of them moved. His heartbeat slowly quickened. Thump, thump, thump. He realized something. Something impossible to deny anymore. The warmth in his chest wasn't gratitude alone. It had quietly grown into something much deeper. Every smile she gave him made his day brighter. Every laugh made him want to hear another. Every time she called his name, he instinctively smiled. He had fallen in love. Completely. He looked toward the endless sea, making a silent promise only he could hear. I don't know what tomorrow will bring. I don't know why I was sent to this world. But, his crimson eyes from the previous night's transformation flashed briefly in his memory. I'll become strong. Strong enough that nothing will ever hurt her. I'll protect her smile, no matter what stands in my way. The afternoon sun slowly descended. Golden light covered the meadow. Carrot stood. Come on. We should head back before sunset. She naturally reached for his hand. Without hesitation. Without embarrassment. Izuku looked at her outstretched hand for only a moment. Then, he smiled. A genuine smile. And gently took it. Okay. Their fingers intertwined naturally. Together, they walked back toward the shelter. Neither of them noticed. High above the island, the moon was already beginning to rise once more. Its silver light quietly watched over the rabbit maiden, and the young rabbit Mink whose heart now belonged entirely to her. The island welcomed another peaceful morning. Mist drifted across the forest floor. Golden sunlight slowly filtered through the towering trees. Birds greeted the new day with cheerful songs. Whoosh! Izuku stood in the clearing. Blue sparks quietly danced around his fingers. Crack, crack. With a small motion, the electricity wrapped itself around his forearm before fading away. His control had become almost effortless. Carrot clapped happily. Perfect. She grinned. You're making Electro look easy. Izuku smiled sheepishly. I still have a lot to learn. Carrot laughed. You always say that. They spent the morning gathering fruit and medicinal herbs. Their baskets gradually filled with berries, fresh vegetables, wild mushrooms, everything they needed for the next several days. The peaceful routine had already become part of their lives. While walking through the forest, Izuku suddenly stopped. His rabbit ears twitterded. Tap, tap. He frowned. Carrot noticed immediately. What's wrong? I heard something. She listened. Her own ears stood upright. After several seconds, she slowly nodded. Yeah, it's big. The ground vibrated. Very slightly. Thump. Birds suddenly burst into the sky. Whoosh. Animals scattered through the undergrowth. Deer fled. Small rabbits disappeared beneath bushes. Even the insects became strangely quiet. The peaceful forest fell silent. Carrot's cheerful smile disappeared. That's not normal. Another vibration followed. Thump. This one was stronger. Small pebbles bounced across the ground. Without warning, boom. An enormous tree several hundred meters away snapped in half. Wood exploded into the air. A deafening roar echoed throughout the forest. Ra-r-r-r-r. The sound shook the leaves overhead. Izuku instinctively stepped in front of Carrot. Stay behind me. She blinked. Izuku. He didn't answer. His eyes remained fixed on the shattered trees. Another crash. Boom. Massive footsteps approached. Each one shook the earth. Thump, thump, thump. Finally, the creature emerged from the forest. It stood over 6 meters tall. Its body resembled a monstrous bear covered in black scales instead of fur. 2 enormous tusks curved upward from its jaw. Its claws were longer than swords. Scarlet eyes glowed with hunger. Saliva dripped from rows of jagged teeth. Ra-r-r-r-r. Carrot's eyes widened. An ironclaw behemoth. She immediately grabbed her electro staff. Crack. This is bad. Izuku quietly asked. Is it dangerous? Carrot stared at the monster. It's the strongest predator on this island. Even adult minks avoid fighting one alone. The beast lowered its head. Sniff. Sniff. Its crimson eyes locked onto them. Without warning, it charged. Boom. The ground exploded beneath its feet. Trees shattered as the monster rushed forward. Its massive claws tore through everything in its path. Carrot immediately pushed Izuku. Move. They jumped apart. Boom. The monster crashed through the spot where they had been standing. Rocks exploded. Dust filled the air. Izuku rolled across the ground before standing. It's fast. Far faster than something that size should have been. The beast roared again. Ra-r-r-r-r. This time, its attention shifted. Toward Carrot. It lunged. Whoosh. Carrot raised her electro-covered weapon. Crack. Just before impact, something happened inside Izuku. His heartbeat suddenly became perfectly calm. Thump. Everything around him slowed. The monster's charge. Falling leaves. Dust drifting through the air. Even Carrot's breathing. His crimson instincts awakened despite his normal appearance. Then, he saw it, not with his eyes, but somewhere deeper. A clear image flashed inside his mind. The beast's claw. its exact path. Carrot being struck. The ground stained red. The vision lasted less than a heartbeat. Izuku's eyes widened. Carrot. Before anyone moved, his body already had. Whoosh. He crossed dozens of meters instantly. The beast's claw descended. Boom. Instead of striking Carrot, Izuku intercepted it with both hands. The impact blasted wind through the forest. Whoosh. The earth beneath his feet cracked. But he didn't move, not even an inch. The beast stared in confusion. Its attack had stopped completely. Izuku slowly pushed the enormous claw aside. "You're not touching her." His voice remained calm. Completely calm. Carrot stared in disbelief. How? She hadn't even seen him move. The monster roared furiously. Rah. It swung again. Then again. Then again. Left. Right. Overhead. Every strike powerful enough to crush boulders. Yet, Izuku avoided each one before they even happened. Step. Step. Turn. Sidestep. He moved with effortless precision. Every claw missed by mere centimeters. Not because he was reacting, but because he already knew where every attack would land. Inside his mind, the future continued unfolding. 1 second ahead. Clear. Perfect. Every movement of the beast appeared before it actually happened. The monster suddenly opened its jaws. A deafening roar exploded outward. Rah. The shockwave ripped through nearby trees. Izuku calmly leaned sideways. The invisible blast missed him completely. Carrot's eyes grew wider with every passing second. That's impossible. He's predicting everything. The beast became more violent. Its attacks accelerated. Trees collapsed. Rocks shattered. The clearing was reduced to ruins. Boom. 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 Still, not a single strike touched Izuku. His movements remained smooth, almost graceful. Finally, the monster overextended. Inside Izuku's mind, he saw the opening before it appeared. His fist instinctively tightened. Crack. White-blue Electro erupted across his arm. Boom. His punch struck the beast's chest. The impact echoed throughout the forest. The enormous creature was launched backward. It crashed through dozens of trees before finally collapsing deep within the woods. Silence followed. Only broken branches slowly fell to the ground. Izuku blinked. What? He looked at his own hand. How did I know? Carrot slowly approached. Still staring. Izuku, you awakened it. He looked toward her. Awakened what? She smiled softly, although confusion still filled her face. I don't know what people in your old world call it. But, she placed a hand against her chest. That wasn't instinct. You were seeing attacks before they happened. Izuku quietly replayed the battle in his mind. The visions, the certainty, the calmness. Every movement had felt inevitable. Far above the island, clouds drifted across the blue sky. Deep within Izuku's evolving body, another hidden power had awakened. The instinct to perceive what had not yet happened. The first spark of observation Haki. The forest slowly recovered from the battle. Fallen trees remained scattered across the clearing. Deep cracks stretched across the ground where the Ironclaw behemoth had charged. Birds cautiously returned to their nests. The island became peaceful once again. Izuku quietly stared at his right hand. The strange sensation from the battle still lingered. He had predicted every attack, every movement, every opening. It felt natural, almost as though his body had remembered something ancient. Carrot walked beside him. You're thinking about it. Izuku nodded. I've never experienced anything like that. She smiled. Then let's figure it out together. During the following days, they continued training. Electro had become second nature. Observation Haki awakened more frequently. Carrot would suddenly throw stones, swing branches, or rush toward him without warning. Every time, Izuku somehow knew exactly what she would do. Whoosh, tap, step. He avoided every surprise effortlessly. One afternoon, Carrot crossed her arms. You're impossible. Izuku blinked. Why? Because I can't surprise you anymore. She pouted dramatically. It's unfair. He laughed quietly. Sorry. There you go, apologizing again. They both laughed. Later, they traveled deeper into the island than ever before. Massive cliffs surrounded an ancient valley. Towering stone pillars reached toward the sky. The air felt heavier, older. Wild beasts avoided the area. Carrot looked around carefully. This place always feels strange. Izuku's rabbit ears twitterded. Tap, tap, something's here. Before Carrot could answer, boom, the cliff wall exploded. Rocks scattered through the valley. An enormous horned reptile burst from the stone. Its scales resembled dark iron. Its tail smashed through several ancient pillars. Yellow eyes glared at the intruders. Rah. Carrot immediately stepped beside Izuku. Another guardian beast. The creature lowered its massive head. Its claws dug into solid stone. Boom. Without hesitation, it charged. Izuku closed his eyes for only an instant. The future unfolded before him. Left claw, tail, bite, all within seconds. He calmly stepped forward. Whoosh. The claw swept downward. Boom. He dodged by a hair's breadth. The tail followed. He ducked beneath it. The jaws snapped shut. He had already moved. Every attack missed. The beast became furious. Rah. Its scales suddenly glowed. Then, boom. Countless sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. They raced toward both of them. Izuku's eyes widened. There were too many. He could evade them. But Carrot, his future vision flashed. He saw several spikes reaching her. His heartbeat became perfectly steady. Thump. Carrot. He leapt between her and the attack. Without thinking, he crossed both arms before his body. Exclamation mark. Something strange surged through him. Not Electro. Something deeper. Something heavier. A powerful pressure flowed from inside his body into his arms. His skin darkened, starting from his fists, then his forearms, shining black like polished obsidian. Boom. The stone spikes slammed into his crossed arms. Instead of piercing him, they shattered instantly. Crack. Fragments scattered across the valley. Dust exploded everywhere. Silence. Izuku slowly lowered his arms. His sleeves were torn, but beneath them, his forearms remained covered in smooth black armor. The strange color slowly faded. Returning to normal skin, he blinked. What? Carrot stared, completely speechless. Izuku, your arms. He looked down. They turned black. I know. That wasn't Electro. The beast roared again. Rah. It charged once more. This time faster. Stronger. Its jaws opened wide. Izuku instinctively clenched his fist. The same heavy feeling returned. His knuckles darkened. Then his entire fist. Smooth black armor covered it once again. Crack. White-blue Electro wrapped itself around the black surface. The electricity became brighter than ever before. White lightning danced around the armored fist. Crack. 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 The monster lunged. Izuku stepped forward. Instead of retreating, he punched. Boom. Black armor. White Electro. Both powers struck simultaneously. The impact erupted like thunder. A massive shockwave tore across the valley. Whoosh. The horned beast's enormous body lifted completely off the ground. It flew backward, smashing through 3 stone pillars. Then crashed against the cliff wall. Boom. The entire mountainside shook. Dust rolled across the valley. When it settled, the beast remained unconscious. Its thick iron scales carried a single fist-shaped dent across its chest. Carrot slowly walked toward Izuku. Her mouth remained slightly open. That punch. She looked toward the distant cliff. I've never seen anything like it. Izuku stared at his own fist. The black coating had disappeared again. Only faint white sparks remained. Crack. I didn't mean. To hit that hard. Carrot gently touched his hand. Whatever that black armor was. It made your Electro even stronger. Izuku nodded slowly. It felt solid. Like my entire arm became steel. For the rest of the afternoon, they experimented. Again and again. Izuku learned to summon the strange black coating deliberately. First around one finger, then his entire hand, then both fists. Every attempt became easier, every activation faster. The armor felt weightless, yet impossibly durable. Carrot picked up a thick steel gray boulder nearly twice Izuku's height. She placed it before him. Try it. Izuku took a deep breath. The heavy energy flowed into his right fist. Smooth black armor appeared. White Electro danced around it. Crack. He threw a simple straight punch. Boom. The boulder didn't explode. It simply split cleanly in half. Both pieces slowly slid apart. Thud. Thud. Izuku quietly stared. That's incredible. Carrot smiled proudly. Looks like you've awakened another amazing power. She looked at his armored fist. Whatever it's called, it perfectly matches your Electro. Izuku slowly relaxed his hand. The black armor faded. Deep inside his body, observation Haki, armament Haki, Electro, and the blood of a rabbit Mink were no longer separate powers. They had begun evolving together into a single fighting style that belonged to him alone. 2 weeks passed peacefully. The island had slowly become home. Every morning, Izuku trained his Electro. Every afternoon, he explored the island beside Carrot. Every evening, they watched the sunset together. The painful memories of his old world no longer haunted every waking moment. They still existed, but each passing day, they became quieter, more distant. His rabbit ears had become completely natural. They responded instinctively to every sound. His observation Haki quietly expanded with every hunt. His armament Haki became smoother with every strike. His controlled Sulong activated effortlessly beneath every full moon. Each transformation left him stronger than before. That morning, Carrot burst into the shelter carrying a woven basket. Izuku. He looked up from sharpening a wooden spear. Morning. She smiled brightly. Come with me. Where? It's a secret. A secret. She nodded enthusiastically. Trust me. Izuku smiled. Okay. They followed a narrow mountain trail. The climb lasted nearly 2 hours. Eventually, the forest opened. Before them stretched an enormous cliff overlooking the endless ocean. Wildflowers covered the grassy hill. Ancient white trees surrounded the clearing. A crystal-clear spring flowed quietly nearby. Gentle sea wind carried thousands of flower petals into the air. Whoosh! Izuku quietly admired the scenery. This place. It's beautiful. Carrot smiled proudly. I found it when I was little. I come here whenever I want to think. She laughed. Now I'm sharing it with you. They spent the afternoon together. Gathering fruit. Talking. Laughing. Sometimes saying nothing at all. Silence between them never felt uncomfortable. It felt peaceful, comfortable, like they had known each other for years. As evening approached, the sky slowly turned orange. Then crimson. Finally, deep blue. One by one, the stars appeared. Then, the full moon slowly rose above the ocean. Silver light washed across the island. The flowers shimmered beautifully beneath it. Izuku quietly looked upward. Immediately, the familiar warmth spread through his body. Thump, thump, thump. White light surrounded him. His green hair gradually transformed. Pure white. His emerald eyes shifted. Deep crimson. White lightning quietly flowed around his body. Crack, crack, crack. His controlled Sulong had become almost effortless. Carrot watched him with the same amazement she always did. Even after seeing it several times, she still couldn't help smiling. You're amazing. Izuku looked toward her. You always say that, because it's true. She laughed softly. Every time I see this. She pointed toward his white hair. It still takes my breath away. Izuku scratched his cheek awkwardly. You're embarrassing me. They sat together beneath one of the ancient trees. The moon illuminated everything around them. Gentle wind moved through the flowers. The peaceful silence lasted several minutes. Izuku looked toward the ocean. His expression slowly became serious. Carrot. She turned toward him. He took a slow breath. There's something I want to tell you. She waited quietly, never rushing him. He lowered his eyes. Before I came here, my life was miserable. Every day, someone reminded me I wasn't good enough. I thought kindness didn't really exist. I thought I would spend my whole life alone. He smiled faintly. Then I met you. Carrot listened without interrupting. You saved my life. You never asked who I was. You never cared where I came from. You fed me, treated my wounds, smiled at me, believed in me. His crimson eyes slowly met hers. Because of you, I learned what happiness feels like. Carrot's rabbit ears slowly lowered. Her expression became gentle, warm. Izuku's heartbeat grew louder. Thump, thump, thump. I don't know when it happened. Maybe while we were gathering herbs. Or eating breakfast together. Or training every day. Or watching sunsets. He smiled softly. But, somewhere along the way, I fell in love with you. The words drifted gently through the quiet night. Completely. Silence followed. Only the waves answered. Whoosh. Izuku continued. I don't know what the future holds. I don't know why I came into this world. But I know one thing. He gently placed his hand over his heart. I want to spend that future with you. I want to protect your smile. Your dreams. Your happiness. For as long as I live. He lowered his head slightly. Carrot, I love you. The breeze became still. The flowers gently swayed beneath the moon. For several seconds, Carrot simply stared at him. Her crimson eyes slowly filled with tears. Not sadness. Joy. You're such an idiot. She laughed through her tears. Izuku blinked. She wiped one eye. Because, I've been waiting for you to say that. His eyes widened. What? Carrot smiled more brightly than ever before. I love you too. I've loved you for a while now. You're kind. Gentle. You always protect me before thinking about yourself. You make every day happier. She stepped closer. How could I not fall in love with someone like that? Before Izuku could answer, Carrot wrapped both arms around him. Hug. She rested her head against his chest. Thank you for staying. Izuku slowly embraced her in return. Carefully, gently, as though afraid the moment might disappear. Thank you for finding me. They remained together beneath the ancient tree. Neither of them wanted to let go. Above them, the full moon continued shining peacefully. White lightning quietly danced around Izuku's body. Crack. Instead of becoming violent, the Electro gently flowed around both of them. Never harming Carrot, almost as if it, too, wished to protect her. After several quiet moments, Carrot looked up at him. Their faces were only inches apart. She smiled warmly. From now on, let's stay together. Izuku smiled. A genuine, peaceful, happy smile. Always. They gently leaned toward one another. Their foreheads touched beneath the silver moonlight. The endless ocean stretched before them. The stars sparkled overhead. For the first time in his life, Izuku no longer felt like someone searching for a place to belong. He had already found it. And it was standing quietly in his arms. 1 month passed. The island had become quieter than ever. Each sunrise brought another day of training. Each sunset ended with peaceful conversations beneath the stars. Izuku and Carrot were rarely apart. Whether gathering food, exploring hidden valleys, or simply watching the waves, they did everything together. Their relationship had become natural. Carrot no longer hesitated to hold his hand. Izuku no longer became embarrassed whenever she leaned against him. Their laughter echoed throughout the island almost every day. Yet, Izuku continued training, not because someone forced him, not because he wanted recognition, but because he had made a promise. He would become strong enough to protect Carrot from anything. Early one morning, they returned to the clearing where they had first practiced Electro. The grass had already regrown. Birds nested once again among the surrounding trees. Carrot smiled. Ready. Izuku nodded. Always. White-blue electricity quietly flowed across his fingertips. Crack, crack. He concentrated. The current wrapped around both arms. Instead of scattering wildly, it obeyed every movement. Smooth, precise, controlled. Carrot clapped. Your control keeps improving. Izuku smiled. Thanks. She folded her arms proudly. Today, let's combine everything. He tilted his head. Everything. She nodded. Your Sulong. Electro. That black armor. Don't use them separately anymore. Use them together. Izuku became thoughtful. Until now, he had always activated each ability independently. Electro first, then armament, or observation while avoiding attacks. He had never truly merged them. It's worth trying. They spent the next several hours experimenting. Electro flowed over his arms. Then armament Haki covered them. Sometimes the lightning disappeared. Sometimes the Haki faded. The balance constantly collapsed. Boom. Another attempt failed. White sparks exploded harmlessly into the air. Carrot laughed. Don't force them. Izuku sighed. Easier said than done. Afternoon gradually arrived. The summer heat spread across the island. Both of them rested beneath a large tree. Carrot handed him fresh water. You're thinking too much. Izuku blinked. I am. She nodded. Every time you train, you calculate everything. But your Electro works best when you trust yourself. She smiled gently. Maybe the other powers are the same. Her words stayed with him. Trust himself. As evening approached, the full moon slowly rose once again. Silver light covered the clearing. The familiar warmth spread throughout Izuku's body. His transformation began naturally. White hair, crimson eyes, white rabbit ears, calm silver aura. Crack, crack. White lightning flowed around him more smoothly than ever. Carrot quietly watched. Beautiful. Izuku smiled softly. Thank you. He slowly closed his eyes. Instead of forcing the powers together, he simply listened. His heartbeat, the flow of Electro, the steady presence of Armament Haki, the quiet awareness granted by observation Haki. They weren't fighting each other. They were parts of the same body. The same spirit. He took one slow breath. Then, opened his crimson eyes. White lightning spread across both arms. Crack. Instead of summoning armament separately, he allowed it to rise naturally. Smooth black Haki covered his forearms. Instead of suppressing the electricity, the Haki welcomed it. White lightning wrapped around the black armor. The colors didn't clash. They complemented each other. Silver moonlight surrounded everything. Carrot's eyes widened. It's working. Izuku smiled. For the first time, every power felt perfectly connected. His hearing sharpened. His future sight quietly expanded. His body became lighter. His muscles stronger. His Electro brighter. His Haki denser. Everything flowed together effortlessly. He slowly raised one hand. White lightning spiraled around his fingers. Not blue. Not silver. Pure white. Brilliant enough to illuminate the clearing. Crack, crack, crack. The air vibrated. Small stones began floating from the ground. Grass bent outward beneath the pressure. Whoosh. Carrot instinctively stepped back. That's completely different. Izuku looked toward an enormous granite cliff standing nearly 200 meters away. I'll try controlling the output. He slowly extended one finger. Observation Haki measured the distance. Electro gathered. Armament Haki compressed the energy. His breathing remained calm. Tap. A single white bolt left his fingertip. There was almost no sound. Only crack. The lightning crossed the valley instantly. The cliff remained perfectly still. For several seconds, nothing happened. Izuku frowned. Did I miss? Then, boom. The entire mountainside split apart. A perfectly straight line divided the massive cliff into two equal halves. Both sides slowly separated. Rock thundered into the valley below. Whoosh. Dust rose high into the night sky. The island shook beneath the impact. Silence followed. Carrot stared at the destroyed cliff. Izuku. That wasn't a lightning strike. She slowly looked toward him. You cut a mountain. Izuku stared at his own hand. He hadn't expected that much power. Carrot suddenly smiled. A new technique deserves a name. Izuku laughed quietly. A name. She nodded repeatedly. Every amazing attack needs one. He thought for several moments, looking at the white lightning dancing around his arm, the crimson reflection in his eyes, the moon shining above. Finally, he smiled. White crimson thunder. Carrot repeated it softly. White crimson thunder. Her smile grew even brighter. I love it. During the following days, Izuku refined the technique. Instead of relying on overwhelming force, he learned precision. Every strike became cleaner, faster, more efficient. His observation Haki predicted the perfect angle. His armament Haki compressed every current. His Electro amplified the impact. His Sulong body sustained everything effortlessly. The four powers had become inseparable. Late one evening, Carrot rested against his shoulder while watching the ocean. You're unbelievably strong now. Izuku looked down at her. Strength isn't why I trained. She smiled knowingly. I know. He gently intertwined his fingers with hers. As long as I can protect you, that's enough for me. Carrot leaned a little closer. Then I already feel safer than anywhere else. Above them, the full moon quietly illuminated the sea. White lightning softly flickered around the young rabbit Mink. No longer four separate powers, but one harmonious fighting style, born from love, determination, and a promise that would never be broken. Another month passed. The seasons on the island changed almost unnoticed. Flowers bloomed across the hills. Waterfalls flowed endlessly through ancient cliffs. Every morning, the sound of laughter echoed across the valley. Izuku and Carrot had built a peaceful life together. A life neither of them wished to leave. Izuku's strength continued growing. His Electro had become completely natural. His observation Haki constantly expanded. His armament Haki could now cover both arms and legs instantly. His controlled Sulong no longer strained his body. Under the full moon, his white hair and crimson eyes had become a symbol of absolute confidence rather than uncontrolled power. One afternoon, Carrot looked toward the distant northern mountains. Her rabbit ears twittered. Tap, tap. She frowned. That's strange. Izuku immediately noticed. What is it? The animals. They're running. His own ears stood upright. Seconds later, he heard them. Hundreds of footsteps. Deer, wild boars, birds. Every creature in the northern forest was fleeing. Then, the ground shook. Boom. Boom, boom, far louder than anything before. Carrot's expiration slowly became serious. Something huge, high above the forest. Trees suddenly collapsed, one after another. Boom, boom, boom. An enormous silhouette emerged. It towered over the forest canopy. Nearly 15 meters tall, its body resembled a monstrous gorilla covered in black stone-like fur. Massive horns curved backward from its head. Each step left enormous craters in the earth. Its golden eyes burned with savage intelligence. Ra-r-r-r-r-r-r-r-r. Its roar rolled across the entire island. Birds exploded into the sky. Waves crashed violently against the shore. Carrot's breathing slowed. The Beast King. Izuku looked toward her. Beast King. She nodded. The strongest creature on this island. I've only heard stories. I never thought it actually existed. The enormous monster slammed both fists against the ground. Boom! A powerful shockwave flattened hundreds of trees. Its eyes suddenly focused on them. Without hesitation, it charged. Boom! 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 Every step shook the valley. Carrot instinctively stepped forward. "We fight together." Izuku gently reached out, holding her wrist. "Number." She looked at him. "Izuku." He smiled calmly. "I promised. I'll protect you." She opened her mouth, wanting to argue. But, when she saw the quiet confidence in his crimson eyes, she slowly nodded. "Come back." He smiled. "Always." Izuku walked forward alone. The Beast King roared. Ra r r r r r r r r. It swung a fist larger than a carriage. The attack crushed everything in its path. Observation Haki expanded. The future unfolded clearly. Every movement, every angle, every opening. Izuku calmly sidestepped. Whoosh! The gigantic fist missed completely. Boom! The mountain behind him exploded. The beast roared again. Its tail whipped through the air. Its claws followed immediately afterward. A relentless storm of attacks. Boom! 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 Each capable of destroying buildings. Yet, Izuku remained untouchable. Every movement looked effortless. Every dodge happened before the attacks even began. The beast suddenly opened its jaws. A concentrated sphere of compressed air formed inside its mouth. Carrot's eyes widened. Move! Boom! The blast erupted across the valley. Everything disappeared beneath dust and shattered stone. Silence. Then, a calm voice emerged. Too slow. The dust slowly parted. Izuku stood completely unharmed. His entire body was covered in smooth black armament Haki. White lightning quietly flowed across the dark armor. Crack, crack, crack. Not a single scratch marked his body. The Beast King hesitated. For the first time, it stepped backward. Izuku slowly raised his right hand. White lightning gathered around his fist. His observation Haki locked onto every weakness inside the monster's stance. His armament Haki compressed tighter than ever before. His controlled Sulong calmly sustained the enormous energy. The air around him trembled. Grass bent outward. Stones floated. Whoosh! Carrot quietly whispered. White crimson thunder. Izuku disappeared. Boom! He crossed the battlefield so quickly that only a streak of white light remained. Before the beast could react, his fist struck its chest. There was no explosion, only crack, a quiet sound, followed by absolute stillness. Izuku landed several meters behind the monster. He slowly lowered his fist. The white lightning faded. The beast remained standing, motionless, for 3 long seconds. Then, a massive fracture spread across its chest. Crack, crack, crack. The creature's enormous body slowly collapsed. Boom! The entire valley shook. Dust rose into the sky. Silence returned. The Beast King never moved again. Carrot stared in complete disbelief. One punch. She slowly ran toward him. Without caring about the destroyed battlefield, she threw both arms around him. Hug. You did it. Izuku laughed softly. Looks like I did. She looked back at the fallen beast. The strongest creature on the island. Defeated instantly. News of the battle spread quickly among the island's inhabitants. Small groups of minks who lived in hidden settlements cautiously visited the valley. They examined the fallen Beast King. Then looked toward the white-haired rabbit mink standing beside Carrot. None of them spoke for several moments. Finally, an elderly mink slowly stepped forward. His fur had turned silver with age. He bowed respectfully. For generations, that beast ruled this island through fear. He looked at Izuku. Today, you ended that fear. One by one, the other minks bowed as well. Not out of obligation, but out of genuine respect. Izuku looked slightly embarrassed. I wasn't trying to become anyone important. The elderly mink smiled. Perhaps. But true strength often belongs to those who never seek power. He looked toward Carrot. Then back at Izuku. This island is finally at peace. That evening, the Minks held a small celebration near the cliffs. Fresh fruit, roasted vegetables, music, laughter. Children happily ran through the fields. For the first time in many years, the island celebrated without fear of the Beast King. Later that night, Izuku and Carrot stood alone at the edge of the cliff. The full moon reflected across the endless sea. A gentle breeze moved through their white rabbit ears. Whoosh! Carrot leaned against his shoulder. Everyone's calling you the island's guardian now. Izuku smiled. Titles don't matter. He looked toward the peaceful villages below. Then toward Carrot. As long as everyone can smile. Especially you. That's enough for me. Carrot looked up at him. Her crimson eyes reflected the moonlight. You're impossible. She laughed softly. And that's exactly why I love you. Izuku gently wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Then I'll spend the rest of my life protecting that smile. Together, they watched the moon rise higher above the calm ocean. Behind them, the island slept peacefully for the first time in generations. Ahead of them, an endless future awaited, not as a lonely boy abandoned by his world, but as the devoted rabbit Mink who had found a new home. And the person he would protect with all his strength. Morning sunlight spilled across the island. Gentle waves rolled against the cliffs below. The salty breeze carried the scent of flowers through the air. Whoosh! The island had never felt so peaceful. Months had passed since the Beast King's defeat. Without its presence, every creature lived freely once again. Deer wandered through open meadows. Birds nested without fear. Even the smallest rabbits played openly beneath the trees. Izuku stood on the edge of the highest cliff. His rabbit ears twittering gently as he overlooked the endless sea. Beside him, Carrot leaned comfortably against his shoulder. It's beautiful today. Izuku smiled. Every day feels beautiful with you. Carrot giggled. You're getting smoother. He scratched the back of his head. Was that too much? She laughed. Not at all. They remained there quietly, watching sunlight dance across the ocean. After several peaceful minutes, Carrot suddenly spoke. Izuku. Don't you think? She looked around the island. It's time we built a real home. He blinked. A home. She nodded. A place that's ours. Not just a shelter. Somewhere we can spend every morning together. Every meal. Every full moon. She smiled warmly. Our own home. Izuku looked toward the forest. Then toward the cliff. Finally, back at Carrot. His expression softened. I'd love that. Her eyes sparkled. Really? He nodded immediately. More than anything. That same morning, they began searching for the perfect location. They explored nearly the entire island. Wide valleys, flower fields, hidden waterfalls, ancient forests. Eventually, they returned to the northern cliffs overlooking the sea. A large grassy plateau rested safely above the waves. Behind it stood a peaceful forest. Fresh water flowed from a nearby spring. Fruit trees surrounded the clearing. The view stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Carrot smiled. This is it. Izuku slowly looked around. The sea, the flowers, the breeze. Yeah, this feels like home. Construction began immediately. Izuku gathered enormous logs from fallen ancient trees. Thanks to his strength, lifting entire trunks had become effortless. Boom! One massive log landed beside the clearing. Carrot whistled. You're cheating. Izuku laughed. Probably. While Izuku shaped the wood, Carrot collected vines, flowers, soft leaves, and smooth stones for decoration. She insisted the house shouldn't just be strong. It has to feel warm. Izuku smiled. Then you're definitely the designer. She proudly crossed her arms. Obviously. During the following week, their little project slowly took shape. Izuku carefully carved every beam by hand. His observation Haki allowed perfect precision. His armament Haki reinforced important support pillars. Every connection fit flawlessly. Every wall stood perfectly straight. Carrot watched him work. "You're amazing." Izuku looked up from carving a wooden window frame. "It's just woodworking." She shook her head. "Number. It's because you're making this for us." His ears immediately stood upright. A faint blush appeared. "Us." Carrot smiled. "Our home." Inside, they built everything together. A sturdy wooden table, comfortable chairs, bookshelves, a stone fireplace, large windows facing the ocean. Carrot filled every corner with flowers she had gathered herself. Wild lilies, white blossoms, golden mountain flowers. The entire house smelled fresh, alive. Outside, Izuku built a wide wooden porch overlooking the sea. 2 rocking chairs sat beneath the roof. Nearby, Carrot planted a small vegetable garden. Tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, herbs, berries. She happily hummed while working. One afternoon, Izuku disappeared into the forest alone. Carrot tilted her head. "Where are you going?" He smiled mysteriously. "It's a surprise." Hours later, he returned carrying several large bundles hidden beneath cloth. Carrot immediately became curious. "What's that?" "Close your eyes." "Really?" He nodded. "Please." She smiled. "Okay." Closing her eyes, she patiently waited. Izuku quietly worked for several minutes. Hammer. Tap. 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 Finally. "You can look now." Carrot slowly opened her eyes. Her breath caught instantly. Standing beside the porch was a beautiful wooden swing. Its ropes were woven from the strongest vines on the island. The seat had been carefully carved. Small rabbit patterns decorated both sides. Wildflowers surrounded its base. Carrot covered her mouth. "Izuku, you made this." He nodded shyly. "I thought you'd like watching sunsets here." For several seconds, she simply stared. Then, without warning, she ran toward him. Whoosh. Hug. "I love it." She squeezed him tightly. "It's perfect." Izuku laughed. "I'm glad." That evening, they sat together on the swing. The sun slowly disappeared beneath the horizon. Orange light reflected across the sea. The breeze gently rocked them back and forth. Whoosh. Carrot rested her head against his shoulder. "Thank you for everything." Izuku wrapped one arm around her. "I should be thanking you. You gave me a reason to build all this." She looked up. "Really?" He nodded. "Before meeting you, I never imagined having a home. I never imagined looking forward to tomorrow. Or laughing every day." He smiled gently. "Now, I wake up excited because I know I'll see you." Carrot's ears slowly lowered. She reached for his hand, intertwining their fingers. "You're my home too." Night gradually covered the island. The stars appeared one after another. Finally, the full moon rose. Silver light washed over the wooden house. Izuku's transformation began naturally. His hair became pure white. His crimson eyes softly glowed. White lightning quietly flowed around him. Crack, crack. Instead of looking intimidating, he looked peaceful, completely at ease. Carrot smiled warmly. "You're handsome." Izuku laughed softly. "You always say that." "Because it's always true." They quietly watched the moon together. Their new home stood proudly behind them. Warm lights flickered through its windows. Flowers swayed peacefully around the porch. The little garden rustled beneath the evening breeze. Everything they had built together. Late that night, before going inside, Izuku looked once more toward the endless ocean. He gently squeezed Carrot's hand. "I have everything I ever wanted." Carrot smiled. "And what would that be?" He turned toward her, his crimson eyes filled with quiet affection. "A peaceful home, a beautiful future, and you." Carrot leaned forward, placing a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Then let's protect this happiness together." Izuku smiled. "Always." Hand in hand, the rabbit couple stepped into their wooden home. Behind them, the moon watched silently over the island, and over the sanctuary they had created with their own hands. Morning arrived with calm skies. Warm sunlight reflected across the endless ocean. The waves gently crashed against the cliffs beneath their home. Whoosh! Inside the wooden house, the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. Izuku quietly finished setting the table. Fresh fruit, warm bread, herbal tea, a bowl of wild berries. Everything had become part of their peaceful routine. Carrot walked into the dining room. Still rubbing one eye, her rabbit ears drooped sleepily. Morning. Izuku smiled. Good morning. She looked at the table. You made breakfast again. You worked hard in the garden yesterday. He pulled out her chair. Today's my turn. Carrot laughed. You're spoiling me. That's the plan. She smiled brightly. Then don't stop. They enjoyed breakfast while watching the sea through the large windows. Comfortable silence filled the room. Neither of them felt the need to force conversation. Being together was already enough. After finishing, Carrot stretched. Training today. Izuku nodded. I still feel like there's another step. Especially with Armament Haki. She tilted her head. Another step. When I fought the Beast King, I noticed something. He looked at his hand. All my attacks rely on overwhelming force. But, what if I didn't have to hit harder? Carrot blinked. Then what? What if I could destroy something? From the inside, her ears stood upright. That sounds scary. He smiled awkwardly. It kind of does. They walked toward the northern valley. Large stone pillars surrounded the clearing. It had become their favorite training ground. Izuku stood before a massive granite boulder. Nearly 5 meters tall, he slowly covered his fist with Armament Haki. Smooth black armor appeared instantly. Crack. White Electro wrapped around it. He punched. Boom. The boulder shattered into hundreds of pieces. Dust spread across the valley. Carrot nodded. Your power is incredible, but, she pointed toward the fragments. You still broke it from the outside. Izuku nodded. Exactly. The next several hours became a series of experiments. He reduced his strength, changed his stance, compressed his haki, released it differently. Nothing worked. Every result remained the same. External destruction. Boom. Another boulder exploded. Boom. Another tree snapped apart. Boom. Another stone pillar collapsed. Izuku sighed. I'm missing something. Carrot sat beneath a nearby tree, watching him quietly. After several minutes, she suddenly spoke. Remember Electro? He looked toward her. What about it? When I first taught you, you didn't force the electricity. You guided it. Izuku became thoughtful. Guided it, not forced it. He slowly closed his eyes. Instead of coating his fist with armament, he imagined the haki flowing beyond his skin. Not exploding outward, but passing forward, through the target itself. He opened his eyes. Before him stood another untouched boulder. He slowly raised one finger. Black haki quietly gathered around it. No lightning, no overwhelming aura, just calm concentration. Tap. His fingertip barely touched the surface. Nothing happened. Carrot tilted her head. Did it fail? Izuku slowly stepped backward. I don't think so. 3 seconds passed. Crack. A tiny sound echoed. Then, boom. The entire boulder collapsed inward. Instead of exploding outward, the center disintegrated first. Countless fractures spread from inside the stone. The outer surface remained almost intact for a heartbeat, before collapsing into fine dust. Silence filled the valley. Carrot stared. What? She slowly approached the remains, touching one of the broken pieces. Its outer layer remained smooth, but the inside had been completely pulverized. She looked back toward Izuku. You never actually hit it. He slowly nodded. The haki went through the surface, then exploded inside. His heartbeat quickened. He immediately searched for another target. This time, an enormous ancient tree. Its trunk was wider than 10 people standing together. He gently placed his palm against the bark. His armament haki flowed silently. Not outward. Inward. Tap. He removed his hand. Nothing happened. 5 seconds later. Crack. The tree trembled. Its leaves rustled violently. Then, the entire trunk collapsed into thousands of wooden fragments from within. The bark remained standing for an instant, before crumbling into dust. Whoosh. Carrot's eyes widened even further. That's unbelievable. Izuku stared at his own palm. This is completely different. They spent the remainder of the afternoon refining the technique. Again and again, he learned to adjust the amount of Haki entering the target. A pebble. Tap. Its center cracked without disturbing the surface. A fallen log. Tap. Its core split cleanly in two. An abandoned stone pillar. Tap. The interior collapsed while the outer shell remained untouched until it slowly fell apart. Every attempt became smoother, more precise, more controlled. As sunset approached, Carrot picked up a fresh apple. She smiled mischievously. One last test. She tossed it toward him. Whoosh. Izuku caught it effortlessly. An apple. Don't destroy the outside, only the inside. He blinked. That's possible. She grinned. Let's find out. He carefully placed one finger against the fruit. His observation Haki precisely sensed its structure. His armament Haki quietly flowed inward. Tap. He handed the apple back. I think that's enough. Carrot looked confused. Nothing happened. She took a bite. Crunch. Her eyes immediately widened. The outside remained perfectly fresh, but the entire inside had become soft and separated without damaging the peel. She stared at the apple, then at Izuku. You destroyed the inside without breaking the skin. Izuku blinked. Seriously. She laughed. You're ridiculous. They both burst into laughter. Their voices echoed across the valley. Later that night, they stood together on the porch of their home. The full moon illuminated the sea. Izuku entered his controlled Sulong naturally. White hair, crimson eyes, white lightning quietly danced around his body. Crack. He slowly looked at his open palm. Black armament Haki appeared. Smooth, silent, calm. He no longer saw it as armor alone. It had become something greater. Something capable of bypassing defenses and striking directly at the heart of any obstacle. Carrot slipped her hand into his. Another step forward. Izuku smiled softly. Another step. She leaned gently against him. At this rate, I'm starting to wonder if there's anything in this world that can stop you. He looked down at her. His expression remained gentle despite the immense power now resting within him. There is. She blinked. What? He smiled. If you asked me to stop. Carrot laughed until tears formed in her eyes. Good answer. Their laughter drifted into the night. While beneath the full moon, the Rabbit King quietly mastered the advanced armament Haki known as internal destruction. Dawn arrived beneath clear blue skies. Golden sunlight shimmered across the endless ocean. The wooden house overlooking the cliffs had become filled with quiet laughter every morning. Inside, Carrot finished watering the small vegetable garden. Fresh tomatoes, herbs, berries, everything had begun flourishing under her care. Izuku carried several freshly cut logs toward the woodshed. Despite their enormous size, he balanced them effortlessly on one shoulder. Thud. He stacked the final log neatly. Done. Carrot smiled. Thank you. He wiped a little sweat from his forehead. What's next? She pointed toward the sea. I wanted to collect some shellfish today. The tide is perfect. Izuku nodded. Then let's go. The two walked down the narrow cliff path toward the shoreline. White sand streaked across the coast. Crystal clear water gently washed against the beach. Small fish darted beneath the surface. Everything seemed peaceful. Carrot happily skipped ahead. I've been craving grilled shellfish. Izuku laughed. You've been talking about food since breakfast. She looked back proudly. Food is important. I agree. They spent nearly an hour collecting shellfish and seaweed. Their baskets slowly filled. The ocean breeze remained calm. Everything felt ordinary. Then, Izuku's rabbit ears suddenly stood upright. Tap, tap. His crimson eyes narrowed. Carrot immediately noticed. Izuku. He remained silent. His observation haki quietly expanded across the surrounding waters. Far beyond the visible horizon, something enormous moved beneath the sea. The water trembled. Whoosh. Waves began moving unnaturally. Birds resting near the coast suddenly fled inland. Their frightened cries echoed overhead. Carrot's smile disappeared. That's not normal. The peaceful ocean suddenly became violent. Massive waves rose without warning. Boom. Water exploded upward. An enormous shadow surfaced. A gigantic reptilian head emerged from the sea. Its emerald scales glistened beneath the sunlight. Rows of sword-like teeth lined its jaws. Its yellow eyes were larger than entire houses. Its body stretched so far beneath the ocean that neither of them could see its end. Ra r r r r r r r r r r. The deafening roar rolled across the island. Waves crashed against the cliffs. The ground shook. Carrot's ears flattened. A sea king. She stared upward. It's enormous. The creature slowly turned its head. Its golden eyes fixed directly upon the shoreline. Then, it noticed them. Without hesitation, the colossal monster lunged toward land. Boom. Its massive jaws crashed onto the beach. Sand exploded into the air. Hundreds of palm trees were ripped from the ground. Izuku calmly stepped in front of Carrot. Stay behind me. She gripped his sleeve. Be careful. He smiled gently. Always. The Sea King roared again. Ra r r r r r r r r. Its gigantic tail swept across the shoreline. A tidal wave followed immediately behind it. Observation haki expanded. The future unfolded. The angle. The speed. The current. Everything became clear. Izuku took one step forward. Whoosh. The enormous tail missed him by centimeters. The tidal wave crashed harmlessly behind him. Boom. Water exploded across the beach. The Sea King became enraged. Its jaws opened once more. Rows of enormous teeth rushed toward him. Izuku quietly inhaled. His controlled Sulong awakened naturally. White hair. Crimson eyes. Rabbit ears standing proudly. White lightning danced around his body. Crack. Crack. Smooth black armament haki covered both arms. Then spread toward his hands. His claws became coated in polished black. White lightning wrapped around every fingertip. The surrounding air trembled. Carrot watched quietly. White crimson thunder. The Sea King attacked again. This time, faster. Its jaws closed with enough force to crush entire ships. Izuku disappeared. Boom. Only a streak of white light remained across the shoreline. The Sea King's enormous eyes widened. It had lost sight of him. High above the battlefield, Izuku appeared in midair, far above the creature's head. His observation haki predicted every movement below. His armament haki compressed into both hands. White Electro gathered between his claws. Crack, crack, crack. The lightning became brighter, denser, more concentrated than ever before. He quietly spoke. White crimson thunder. His crimson eyes focused downward. Moonfang cleave. He crossed both hands. Then swung downward. Whoosh. 5 razor-thin arcs of white lightning burst forward. They weren't ordinary bolts. Each carried compressed armament haki deep within. The attacks sliced through the air almost silently. The Sea King barely reacted. Then, crack. 5 glowing lines appeared across its neck. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Boom. The creature's enormous head separated cleanly from its body. A towering pillar of seawater erupted into the sky. The head crashed into the ocean with an earth-shaking splash. Its massive body remained upright for several seconds before collapsing into the sea. Waves rolled across the coastline. Then, everything became still. Silence. Only the sound of the tide remained. Whoosh. Izuku landed lightly upon the beach. His white hair gently moved in the breeze. The lightning around him slowly faded. His claws returned to normal. Carrot stared at the endless ocean. You, cut, a sea king. She slowly looked toward him. In one attack, Izuku scratched his cheek. I might have used a little too much power. Carrot laughed so hard she nearly dropped their basket. A little, she pointed toward the ocean. There are 2 islands worth of waves because of your attack. He looked toward the sea. Oh, sorry. She continued laughing. Don't apologize. Minutes later, the ocean gradually calmed. Schools of fish cautiously returned. The remaining body of the Sea King slowly drifted toward the shore. Carrot suddenly smiled mischievously. That's a lot of food. Izuku blinked. You're thinking about dinner. She proudly nodded. Of course. Nothing should go to waste. He couldn't help laughing. You're unbelievable. Together, they spent the rest of the afternoon preparing the enormous katak. Izuku carefully divided the massive carcass with precise armament-enhanced cuts. Carrot salted and preserved large portions for future meals. They stored enough meat to last for months. As the sun slowly disappeared beyond the horizon, they sat together on the porch overlooking the sea. The full moon reflected across the calm water. Their home glowed warmly behind them. Carrot leaned against his shoulder. Today, the strongest creature in the sea came here. She smiled proudly. And my boyfriend defeated it before lunch. Izuku laughed quietly. When you say it like that, it sounds strange. She intertwined her fingers with his. I'm proud of you. He looked toward her. Everything I become for you. Carrot's cheeks turned slightly pink. She rested her head against him once more. Then, keep coming home safely. Izuku gently kissed the top of her head. I always will. Beneath the silver moon, the sea itself had witnessed the birth of a warrior whose power had already surpassed the monsters that ruled its depths. Summer arrived across the island. Warm winds drifted over the endless sea. The flowers surrounding the wooden house bloomed brighter than ever. Birds sang from the nearby forest. Everything remained peaceful. Inside the house, Carrot carefully folded freshly washed blankets. Izuku finished repairing one of the wooden chairs. Their quiet home had settled into a comforting routine. Carrot looked outside through the window. The weather's perfect. Izuku smiled. Want to explore today? She nodded immediately. Let's visit the eastern beach. I haven't been there in weeks. He stood. Then let's go. They followed a winding trail through the forest. Sunlight filtered between the ancient trees. Their hands naturally remained intertwined. Neither of them even noticed anymore. It had become second nature. After nearly an hour, the forest opened into a wide coastline. White sand stretched endlessly beneath the blue sky. Waves gently rolled toward the shore. Carrot spun happily. It's beautiful. Izuku quietly watched her. Her laughter. Her bright smile. Her ears bouncing as she ran across the beach. He smiled to himself. Every day, he found another reason to love her. They spent the morning collecting colorful shells. Carrot insisted on finding the prettiest ones. These will look nice around the porch. Izuku laughed. Our house is slowly becoming more flowers than wood. Exactly. She grinned proudly. Just as they finished filling a small basket, observation Haki stirred. Izuku stopped walking. His rabbit ears stood upright. Tap, tap, voices. Far away, multiple people, laughing, shouting. The sound of metal. Carrot noticed immediately. Someone's coming. Izuku slowly nodded. A ship. Moments later, a medium-sized pirate vessel appeared around the rocky cape. Black sails fluttered in the wind. A skull-shaped flag waved proudly above the mast. The ship anchored near the shore. Small boats were lowered into the water. More than 20 armed pirates rowed toward the beach. Their captain walked at the front. A tall man with a scar across his face. 2 curved swords hung at his waist. His grin revealed broken teeth. The pirates stepped onto the sand. Their loud laughter shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The captain looked around. Looks like nobody lives here. Another pirate pointed. Captain, over there. All eyes turned toward Izuku and Carrot. The captain smiled. Well, looks like today just got interesting. He slowly approached. His men followed behind him. Nice little island. His gaze moved toward Carrot. His smile widened. And an even prettier rabbit. Izuku quietly stepped between them. Leave. The captain laughed loudly. You giving orders? One of the pirates sneered. Move aside. Another laughed. We'll borrow the girl. The group burst into laughter. Carrot's expiration hardened. She reached for her staff. Izuku. He gently raised one hand. Without looking back. Stay behind me. The captain continued walking. Don't worry. We won't damage her too much. Everything became silent. Izuku slowly lifted his head. His crimson eyes met the pirate captain's gaze. For the first time since arriving in this world, genuine anger appeared. Not rage. Not hatred. Something colder. Deeper. The thought of someone laying a hand on Carrot was completely unacceptable. His heartbeat became perfectly steady. Thump. An overwhelming pressure exploded outward. Boom. The air itself seemed to freeze. The sea suddenly became unnaturally calm. Birds dropped from the sky. Waves stopped moving. Even the wind disappeared. The pirate captain froze. His smile vanished instantly. What? Izuku took one slow step forward. Boom. The invisible pressure doubled. The pirates' hands began shaking uncontrollably. Their weapons slipped from numb fingers. Clang, clang, clang. Their knees buckled. Sweat poured down their faces. Breathing became impossible. One pirate collapsed. Thud. His eyes rolled backward. Another followed. Then another. Then another. Within seconds, half the crew lay unconscious across the beach. The captain stumbled backward. What are you? Izuku didn't answer. He simply looked at him. His crimson eyes remained perfectly calm. Boom. Another wave of pressure surged outward. The remaining pirates screamed, then collapsed one after another. Thud, thud, thud. Their bodies littered the beach. Not a single one remained standing. Only the captain resisted. Barely. His legs trembled violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Monster. He whispered. You're a monster. Izuku calmly walked toward him. Every step felt heavier than the last. The captain desperately tried lifting his sword. His arm refused to move. Fear completely overwhelmed him. Izuku stopped only a meter away. Listen carefully. His voice remained quiet, almost gentle. If you ever return, or if you ever threaten anyone on this island again. He looked directly into the captain's terrified eyes. There won't be a second warning. The captain nodded frantically. I understand. The invisible pressure disappeared. Instantly, the captain collapsed onto the sand. Gasping for air, his entire body shook uncontrollably. Behind him, every pirate remained unconscious. Not a single attack had been thrown. Not a single punch. Not a single bolt of Electro. Only overwhelming willpower. Carrot slowly approached. Her ears remained upright in amazement. Izuku, what was that? He looked down at his own hand. I don't know. It happened. The moment they threatened you. She glanced toward the unconscious pirates. You defeated an entire crew. Without moving, Izuku quietly frowned. It felt like my determination became real. Carrot smiled softly. Whatever that power is, it's incredible. The captain slowly crawled toward one of the boats. He shouted desperately toward the few sailors still aboard the ship. Retreat. Retreat now. Don't look back. The sailors stared at the beach covered with unconscious bodies. None of them questioned the order. Within minutes, the anchor was raised. The pirate ship turned away from the island as fast as the wind allowed. Soon, only silence remained. That evening, the two sat together on the porch. The sunset painted the sea in shades of gold. Carrot leaned gently against Izuku. Today, you protected everyone again. Izuku smiled faintly. I only wanted to protect you. She looked up at him. Maybe that's exactly why that power awakened. He looked toward the horizon. Deep inside, he could still feel that overwhelming presence sleeping within him. A force that wasn't born from strength alone, but from an unbreakable spirit that refused to bow before anyone. Far out at sea, the fleeing pirate crew continued rowing in terrified silence. None of them dared look back toward the island. None of them would ever forget the crimson-eyed rabbit Mink whose gaze alone had shattered their courage. And somewhere deep within Izuku, the power of the Supreme King had finally awakened. 3 years passed. Spring returned to Japan. Cherry blossoms once again drifted through city streets. Children hurried toward school. Pro heroes continued their patrols. Life moved forward. Yet, for some people, time had never truly moved at all. Inside a small apartment, silence lingered. The curtains remained closed. Dust covered the furniture. Only a single lamp illuminated the room. Izuku Midoriya sat alone at the dining table. A cup of tea rested before her. Cold, untouched. She hadn't noticed. Her eyes remained fixed on the opposite chair. The chair where Izuku used to sit every morning. She quietly whispered, "Good morning." There was no answer. 3 years had passed. Yet every morning, she still prepared breakfast for 2 people. 2 bowls. 2 cups. 2 sets of chopsticks. Every day, without fail. Finally, she forced herself to stand. Slowly walking toward another room. She gently opened the door. Creak. Nothing inside had changed. Izuku's room remained exactly as he had left it. His bed was neatly made. His books rested on their shelves. His notebooks filled with hero analysis remained perfectly organized. His school uniform still hung inside the closet. Not a single thing had been moved. Izuku carefully picked up one notebook. Her trembling fingers brushed across the familiar handwriting. Pages filled with observations, strategies, admiration, dreams. Dreams that would never come true. Her vision blurred. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." Tears quietly rolled down her face. Every single day, she replayed the same memories. Izuku asking for encouragement. Izuku smiling despite being exhausted. Izuku trying so desperately to earn her approval. And every day, she remembered her own words. "It's okay if you give up." Those words echoed endlessly inside her mind. They never stopped. She slowly collapsed beside his bed, hugging one of his old notebooks tightly against her chest. If only I had listened." Her voice broke completely. "Please, come home." Only silence answered. Across the city, another life had also stopped moving forward. Katsuki Bakugo walked alone through a crowded street. People immediately recognized him. Their expressions changed. Some whispered. Others openly glared. A mother quietly pulled her young son closer. "Stay away." The boy looked confused. "Why? That's him. The boy from the news. The one who bullied that child." The boy immediately looked away. Bakugo lowered his head. He continued walking, saying nothing. He had long since stopped responding. Insults, stares, whispers. They had become part of everyday life. 3 years earlier, Ua had permanently rejected him. Every other hero academy followed. Private agencies refused to accept him. Part-time employers quietly declined his applications after recognizing his name. His dream had ended before it ever began. He eventually found work unloading cargo at a warehouse. No one spoke to him unless absolutely necessary. He accepted it. He believed he deserved nothing more. During lunch, he sat alone behind the building. His meal remained untouched. From inside the warehouse, a television broadcast echoed. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of the tragic disappearance of Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo froze. The broadcast continued. The case remains one of the darkest child bullying incidents in modern Japanese history. New educational reforms introduced following the tragedy continue to reduce reported bullying cases nationwide. Images appeared on the screen. Izuku's school photograph. Flowers placed beneath the bridge. Public memorials. Children leaving handwritten messages. Bakugo quietly stood. He couldn't keep watching. He walked away, without finishing lunch. Later that evening, he stopped beneath the old bridge. The same bridge. Flowers still rested along the railing. Someone had replaced them that morning. Fresh white lilies. A framed photograph. Letters from strangers. Bakugo stared silently. His reflection rippled beneath the water. Deku. The nickname felt strange now. Empty. He clenched his fists. If I had stopped. If I had just. His words disappeared into the evening breeze. No answer came. There never would. Far away, inside Ua High School, a familiar office remained quiet. All Might stood before the large window overlooking the campus. His hero costume had long since been retired. Only Toshinori Yagi remained, older, tired. His desk held one framed photograph. Classroom 1 from years ago. An empty seat had been added beside it. Izuku's picture. He slowly picked it up. Young Midoriya. His smile carried endless sadness. I failed you. He remembered everything. The rooftop. The desperate question. The hopeful eyes. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? His own answer still echoed inside his heart. Number. He closed his eyes. I should have believed in you. A quiet knock interrupted his thoughts. Recovery girl entered. She gently placed a folder upon the desk. Another report. All Might looked toward it. What is it? The annual anti-bullying review. She smiled sadly. Schools continue using his case as mandatory education. Children are learning. Because of him. All Might slowly nodded. He saved people, without ever becoming a hero. Night eventually covered Japan. Lights illuminated countless cities. Life continued moving forward. Children laughed. Families shared dinner. Heroes patrolled the streets. Yet somewhere, the memory of a green-haired boy refused to disappear. His story had become a warning. A lesson. A tragedy that reshaped an entire nation. Far beyond that world, under another moon, a different life unfolded. On a peaceful island surrounded by endless seas. Warm light shone from a wooden home perched above the cliffs. Inside, Carrot laughed as Izuku accidentally burned a piece of bread. You got distracted again. He laughed awkwardly. I was watching you. She smiled. Hopeless. He handed her another slice. I'll make a better one. Take your time. She reached across the table, gently holding his hand. We're not in a hurry. Outside, the full moon rose above the calm ocean. Inside the little wooden house, the boy whom Japan mourned as a ghost, shared another quiet evening with the woman who had given him a new life. And for the first time, the echoes of his old world felt impossibly distant. Another year passed. The seasons continued changing. Spring became summer. Summer faded into autumn. Autumn surrendered to winter. The world continued moving forward. But for one man, every day felt exactly the same. Before sunrise, Toshinori Yagi quietly arrived at Ua High School. The campus remained silent. Students had not yet arrived. Cold morning air drifted through the empty courtyards. Whoosh. He slowly walked toward the hero statue standing near the entrance. For several moments, he simply stood there, looking at the smiling figure that had once represented everything he believed himself to be. Symbol of peace, he whispered. I couldn't even protect one child. His footsteps echoed through the quiet hallway. He eventually reached his office. Nothing had changed. Books, lesson plans, old reports, and the photograph resting on his desk. Izuku Midoriya's smiling school picture. A small bouquet of fresh white flowers stood beside it. Every Monday, he replaced them himself. Without fail, he gently picked up the frame. "Good morning." His voice carried a faint smile. "Young Midoriya." Silence answered. As always, he sat down, closing his eyes. The memory returned immediately. That rooftop, the desperate teenager standing before him. Green eyes filled with hope. And one question. One simple question. Can someone without a quirk become a hero like you? His own answer echoed inside the empty office. Clear, unchanged, merciless, number. His fingers tightened around the picture frame. If I had simply listened, if I had encouraged you, would everything have been different? A knock interrupted the silence. "Come in." The door slowly opened. Shota Aizawa entered carrying several student evaluation folders. He quietly placed them upon the desk. Morning. For several moments, neither spoke. Aizawa noticed the photograph. He had seen it countless times over the years. Still thinking about him, All Might gave a tired smile. "I never stopped." Aizawa folded his arms. "None of us did." All Might slowly lowered his gaze. "I keep replaying that conversation. Every night, every morning, every time I close my eyes." He sighed quietly. "I was supposed to inspire children. Instead, I crushed the dream of the one child who needed hope the most." Aizawa remained silent, allowing him to continue. "People call his death a national tragedy." All Might looked toward the window. Students were beginning to arrive outside. Their laughter echoed across the campus. "But to me, it was also my personal failure." Aizawa finally spoke. "You weren't the only one. The school failed. The teachers failed. The system failed. Everyone ignored the warning signs." He looked toward Izuku's photograph. "Including me." All Might slowly nodded. "That doesn't lessen the weight." Later that afternoon, he visited the Hero Studies classroom. Students eagerly discussed rescue exercises, future internships, their dreams, their ambitions. All Might smiled while teaching, encouraging every student, answering every question, never dismissing anyone, no matter how impossible their goals sounded. When class ended, one timid student approached him. "Excuse me." All Might smiled warmly. "Yes." The student hesitated. I'm not very talented. Do you think someone like me can still become a good hero?" Time seemed to stop. The classroom disappeared. Once again, he stood on that rooftop. Green hair, freckles, hopeful eyes. His breathing quietly caught. Then, he smiled. A genuine smile. "Yes." The student's eyes widened. "Really?" All Might nodded firmly. "Being a hero isn't decided by talent alone. Hard work, kindness, courage, those things matter." He placed a reassuring hand on the student's shoulder. "Don't let anyone convince you that your dream has no value." The student smiled brightly. "Thank you." He hurried from the classroom, filled with renewed determination. All Might remained standing alone. His smile slowly faded. "That's the answer," he whispered. "I should have given you." That evening, he traveled alone to the memorial beneath the bridge. Fresh flowers covered the railing. Letters written by children rested beside them. Small paper cranes fluttered in the breeze. All Might quietly knelt, placing another bouquet among the others. "Young Midoriya." He lowered his head. "I know apologies won't change the past. They won't bring you back. And they won't erase my words." He closed his eyes. "But I promise, as long as I live, no child standing before me will ever hear those words again." The evening wind carried away his quiet vow. Whoosh! Far across the sea, under another world's moon, warm laughter echoed from a wooden house overlooking endless waves. Inside, Carrot carefully braided Izuku's white hair while he remained in his controlled Sulong form. "Hold still." Izuku laughed. "I am holding still. Your ears keep twitching. They're sensitive." Carrot giggled. "That's cute." He smiled softly. Everything feels peaceful. She finished tying the braid, then gently rested against his back. Because you're home. Izuku reached back, gently holding her hand. Yeah, I'm home. Outside, the full moon illuminated the quiet island. While one world remained haunted by endless regret, another gave the forgotten boy something he had never truly possessed before. A future filled not with guilt, but with peace, love, and a place where he was finally wanted. Another peaceful morning arrived. Gentle waves rolled beneath the cliffs. The vegetable garden beside the wooden house flourished beneath the warm sunlight. Flowers swayed softly in the ocean breeze. Whoosh! Inside the house, Carrot placed freshly picked strawberries onto the table. Breakfast's ready. Izuku walked in carrying a basket of herbs. Those smell amazing. She smiled proudly. I picked the sweetest ones. He laughed. You say that every time. Because I'm always right. They shared breakfast while watching the sea. The quiet mornings together had become their favorite part of each day. There was never any rush. Never any pressure. Only peaceful conversation, comfortable silence, and warm smiles. Far away, in another universe, a forgotten machine suddenly awakened. Deep beneath U.A. High School. Inside a heavily restricted underground laboratory. Rows of experimental equipment quietly monitored unusual energy readings. Most of the room had remained inactive for years. Old dimensional research had long since been abandoned. Without warning, beep. One small monitor flickered. Then another. Then another. Warning lights illuminated the laboratory. Soft alarms echoed through the empty room. Beep. 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 An elderly researcher looked up from his paperwork. That's strange. He slowly approached the nearest console. Energy graphs climbed rapidly. Numbers that had remained at zero for years suddenly fluctuated wildly. Dimensional resonance. He frowned. That's impossible. The laboratory doors slid open. Shota Aizawa entered with several researchers following behind him. Report. The elderly scientist adjusted his glasses. Sir, we've detected an unknown energy signature. Its wavelength matches fragments recovered from the dimensional incident 3 years ago. Aizawa's expiration became serious. The bridge case. The researcher nodded quietly. Yes. Within minutes, All Might also arrived. He immediately recognized the displayed reports. What happened? One scientist enlarged the projection. A glowing pattern floated above the central table. Strange symbols continuously shifted. Space itself seemed distorted around the image. This signal shouldn't exist. The scientist explained. It appeared suddenly, then stabilized. It's coming from somewhere beyond our dimension. Silence filled the laboratory. Another researcher carefully adjusted the scanners. Increasing resolution. The glowing projection expanded. Static filled the screen. White noise echoed throughout the room. Crack. For only a fraction of a second. The distortion stabilized. An image appeared. An endless blue ocean. Towering cliffs. A beautiful wooden house overlooking the sea. Flowers surrounded the porch. A vegetable garden flourished nearby. Standing outside, 2 distant figures. One possessed long rabbit ears. White hair. Crimson eyes. White lightning quietly dancing around his body. Beside him stood a smiling rabbit mink girl. Their hands were intertwined. The image lasted barely 2 seconds. Crack. The projection shattered into static. Everything disappeared. Every monitor returned to darkness. The laboratory fell silent. Nobody spoke. Finally, one researcher whispered, "What was that?" Another scientist immediately replayed the recording. Nothing. Only static remained. The image had vanished completely. All Might stared at the blank screen. His breathing slowed. Those eyes. He quietly murmured. That smile. Something about the young man felt strangely familiar. Yet, completely different. Aizawa folded his arms. Could it have been another world? The researchers exchanged uncertain glances. We don't know. The signal lasted less than 3 seconds. There isn't enough data. One technician enlarged the final frozen frame. The resolution remained poor. Faces couldn't be identified, only silhouettes. Moon-white hair, rabbit ears, and brilliant white lightning. Whatever it is, the scientist said quietly, its energy output exceeds anything we've ever recorded. All Might remained staring at the image. Deep inside, a strange feeling appeared. Hope. Small. Fragile. Almost impossible. Could you, he whispered, still be alive? No one answered. After several hours of analysis, the conclusion remained unchanged. Unknown dimensional anomaly. Source untraceable. Connection unstable. No method of reopening the phenomenon. The laboratory gradually emptied. Lights dimmed. Equipment powered down once more. Before leaving, All Might looked back one final time at the dark monitor. If you're out there, he smiled sadly. I hope you're happy. Then he quietly walked away. Far beyond that unreachable dimension, Izuku stood in the flower garden beside his home. He carefully watered a row of white lilies. Carrot happily harvested ripe strawberries nearby. Without warning, Izuku paused. His rabbit ears twitterded. Tap, tap. He slowly looked toward the distant sky. Carrot noticed immediately. Did you hear something? He remained silent for several moments. His observation Haki expanded naturally. Only peaceful forests, birds, waves, nothing else. Number. He smiled reassuringly. Probably just the wind. She nodded. Come help me. There are too many strawberries. He laughed. That's definitely an emergency. They spent the remainder of the afternoon together in the garden. Laughing, talking, sharing fresh fruit beneath the warm sun. Neither of them noticed that for a single fleeting moment, two completely different worlds had nearly touched, only to drift apart once again. Like distant stars, destined to remain forever separated. Night settled peacefully over the island. The full moon hung high above the endless sea. Silver light covered the cliffs surrounding the wooden house. The garden swayed gently beneath the cool breeze. Whoosh. Inside, the fireplace crackled softly. Carrot curled comfortably beside Izuku on the couch. Her head rested against his shoulder. She quietly read one of the adventure books they had found inside an abandoned ship months earlier. Izuku smiled. What chapter are you on? She looked up. The captain just got lost. Again. He chuckled. Sounds like someone. She playfully nudged him. Hey. They continued reading together. The peaceful silence was suddenly interrupted. Tap. Izuku's rabbit ears twitterded. Then again. Tap. Tap. His smile slowly faded. Carrot immediately noticed. Izuku. He slowly stood. His crimson eyes narrowed. Something's wrong. He stepped outside. The moonlight illuminated the entire island. Everything appeared normal. The waves, the forest, the cliffs. Yet, his observation Haki detected something impossible. Far above the clouds, space itself trembled, only slightly, like a tiny ripple spreading across still water. Crack. A faint silver line appeared across the night sky. Barely visible, lasting only a heartbeat. Izuku quietly stared upward. Deep inside his chest, an old sensation resurfaced. Cold, unfamiliar. The feeling of dimensional energy. The same energy that had once carried him away from his old world. Carrot stepped beside him. What are you sensing? He didn't take his eyes off the sky. My old world. Her ears lowered. The dimension. He nodded once. Something reached this side. Far away, beyond countless layers of reality. The damaged dimensional device buried beneath you. A. Continued releasing microscopic pulses of unstable energy. They were weak, almost non-existent. Yet, the connection still existed. A tiny thread stretching across impossible distance. Izuku quietly closed his eyes. Observation Haki expanded. Farther, farther. Beyond the island. Beyond the sea. Beyond the sky itself, his consciousness touched the faint dimensional fracture. Images briefly appeared. A laboratory, strange machines, scientists, old memories. They vanished almost immediately. He slowly opened his eyes. It's still connected. Carrot gently held his hand. Does that mean you can go back? He immediately shook his head. Number. His answer came without hesitation. I don't want to. He looked toward their home. The garden, the porch, the swing he had built. Then, toward Carrot. My home is here. She smiled softly. I know. Izuku looked upward once more. His expression became calm, determined. Then, I'll end it. White moonlight surrounded him. His controlled Sulong awakened naturally. Pure white hair flowed behind him. Crimson eyes illuminated the darkness. White lightning quietly danced around his body. Crack, crack, crack. Smooth black armament Haki spread across both arms. Then, continued flowing. Not around his fists, but beyond them. Advanced internal destruction Haki gathered silently. Compressed until it became invisible. Carrot watched quietly. She had never seen him gather Haki this deeply before. The surrounding air itself began vibrating. Stones lifted from the ground. Flowers bent away from him. Whoosh. Izuku slowly raised one hand toward the sky. His observation Haki precisely locked onto the invisible dimensional fracture. A target no ordinary eyes could ever perceive. This ends tonight. His fingers gently closed, not into a fist, but into a single pointed strike. Tap. He thrust one finger toward the heavens. There was almost no movement. No explosion. No lightning beam. Only crack. The invisible Haki crossed dimensions themselves, passing through the barrier separating worlds. Guided by observation Haki, compressed by advanced armament, far beneath you. The damaged dimensional device suddenly shook violently. Warning lights flashed. Alarms blared. Beep, beep, beep. Scientists rushed toward the control panels. Energy spike. Source unknown. Dimensional instability increasing. Before anyone could react, crack. The center of the ancient device quietly fractured. Not from the outside, but from within. Its internal structure collapsed instantly. Countless microscopic circuits disintegrated. The dimensional core crumbled into fine metallic dust. Boom. A dull explosion echoed through the underground laboratory. Lights flickered. Every monitor instantly went dark. The scientists stared in disbelief. The gateway. It's gone. Every reading vanished. Every signal disappeared. Every dimensional trace dissolved completely. The connection between the two universes ceased to exist. Forever. Back on the island, the faint silver line across the sky quietly disappeared. The strange pressure faded. The night became perfectly still. Izuku slowly lowered his hand. His white lightning gradually settled. His armament Haki faded. His white hair gently moved in the breeze. He smiled peacefully. It's over. Carrot stepped forward. Completely. He nodded. There's no path left. No bridge. No doorway. No signal. He looked toward the endless ocean. That world can never reach me. Carrot wrapped both arms around him. Hug. Then, welcome home. Izuku embraced her gently, holding her close beneath the moonlight. I've been home for a long time. They remained together for several quiet moments. The sea continued rolling peacefully below. The flowers swayed gently around their feet. The island felt lighter, as though an invisible burden had finally disappeared. Inside his heart, there was no regret, no hesitation, no longing, only gratitude. He had left behind pain, loneliness, and despair. In return, he had found love, peace, and a future he had never believed possible. High above, the moon quietly watched over the rabbit couple. The last thread connecting two different worlds had been severed forever. There would be no return, no rescue, no second chance, only the endless horizon before them. and the life they had chosen together. Another year passed. The island flourished like never before. The forests had become greener. The rivers clearer. Flowers covered nearly every meadow. The scars left behind by the Beast King had long disappeared beneath new life. Peace had completely returned. High upon the northern cliffs, the wooden house overlooked the endless sea. Its walls had been strengthened over the years. Flower boxes rested beneath every window. The vegetable garden had expanded until it surrounded the entire yard. Fruit trees swayed gently in the morning breeze. Whoosh! Inside, Carrot carefully arranged fresh flowers in a wooden vase. She stepped back, tilting her head. Perfect. Izuku walked in carrying a basket filled with vegetables. You've been decorating again. She smiled proudly. Our home should always be beautiful. He placed the basket on the table. It's already beautiful. She looked toward him. Because. He smiled. Because you're here. Carrot laughed. You're impossible. After breakfast, they walked together through the island. Every creature greeted them without fear. Small rabbits approached Carrot for food. Deer calmly grazed nearby. Birds landed upon Izuku's shoulders. The island had accepted them completely. They reached a quiet valley where several Mink families now lived openly. Children happily chased one another across the grass. Their laughter echoed beneath the blue sky. The moment the villagers noticed Izuku and Carrot, warm smiles appeared everywhere. An elderly Mink waved enthusiastically. Good morning. Izuku smiled back. Good morning. Several children immediately ran toward them. Big brother. Big sister. Carrot knelt down. Did everyone finish today's lessons? The children proudly nodded. One little rabbit Mink excitedly pointed toward Izuku. Look, I can use Electro now. Tiny blue sparks danced between his fingers. Crack. Carrot clapped happily. That's amazing. Izuku gently ruffled the child's hair. Good work. The child beamed. One elderly Mink slowly approached. His silver fur reflected the morning sunlight. It was the same elder who had witnessed the fall of the Beast King years earlier. He bowed respectfully. The harvest has been excellent again this season. Thank you. Izuku immediately shook his head. You don't have to thank me. The elder smiled. Perhaps. But peace allowed all of this to happen. He looked across the thriving valley. Our children no longer grow up in fear. Our hunters no longer disappear. Our families laugh again. He looked back toward Izuku. That is because of you. Izuku remained quiet. He simply looked at the happy families surrounding them. Children laughing. Parents smiling. Friends talking together. Everyone built this together. The elder smiled knowingly, still as humble as ever. Later that afternoon, Izuku stood alone on a high cliff overlooking the ocean. The sea stretched endlessly toward the horizon. Countless possibilities waited beyond it. Carrot quietly joined him, thinking. He nodded. A little. She stood beside him. About what? He smiled softly. How much everything changed. He looked down at his own hands. I used to think strength existed so people would acknowledge me. Or so I could become someone important. He slowly clenched his fist. White lightning briefly danced across his fingers. Crack. Now, strength only means one thing. He looked toward their home. Toward the village. Toward Carrot. Protecting what's precious. Carrot gently slipped her hand into his. That's why you've become so strong. The breeze quietly passed between them. Whoosh. That evening, the full moon slowly rose. Silver light covered the island once more. Izuku's transformation happened naturally. White hair flowed gently behind him. Crimson eyes softly illuminated the night. White lightning quietly surrounded his body. Crack, crack. Smooth black armament Haki briefly appeared around his hands before fading again. Every ability had become effortless. A natural extension of himself. Carrot quietly admired him. You know, if anyone saw you right now, they'd think you were one of the emperors of the sea. Izuku chuckled. An emperor. I've never even left this island. She laughed. Power isn't measured by where you stand. It's measured by what you can do. Izuku looked toward the distant horizon. He knew she was probably right. His observation Haki now covered vast straticas of the surrounding ocean. His armament Haki had reached extraordinary refinement. His advanced internal destruction ignored ordinary defenses. His Conqueror's Haki had awakened naturally. His controlled Sulong carried no burden whatsoever. And his white-crimson thunder had already demonstrated power capable of splitting mountains and slaying sea kings. Yet, none of those things interested him. I don't need a crown, he said quietly. Carrot tilted her head. No, he smiled. Crowns belong to people chasing power. He gently lifted her hand, placing a soft kiss upon her knuckles. Everything I want is already here. Carrot's cheeks turned pink. You're making me blush. He laughed softly. Good. She lightly bumped his shoulder. Tease. The moon climbed higher. They slowly walked back toward their home. Warm light glowed from the windows. The scent of fresh bread drifted into the night. Their garden swayed peacefully beneath the breeze. Before stepping inside, Carrot suddenly stopped. Izuku. She looked directly into his crimson eyes. Promise me something. Anything. No matter how strong you become. Don't change. He smiled gently. I won't. Power doesn't decide who I am. He wrapped one arm around her shoulders. Loving you does. Carrot smiled with quiet happiness. That's exactly the answer I wanted. Together, they entered their home. Outside, the moon continued shining over the peaceful island. Far beyond the horizon, the world spoke of emperors, warlords, legends, and monsters. Yet hidden from every map, there lived someone whose strength could rival any of them. A crimson-eyed rabbit Mink whose heart remained untouched by ambition. His kingdom was not built upon fear. His crown was not forged from conquest. It was built from quiet mornings, shared laughter, a wooden home overlooking the sea, and the unwavering promise to protect the one person who had given him a reason to live. Morning sunlight slowly filtered through the windows of the wooden house. The scent of fresh bread drifted through every room. Outside, birds welcomed another peaceful day with cheerful songs. The waves below the cliffs rolled gently against the rocks. Whoosh! Izuku quietly strutted as he stepped onto the porch. His rabbit ears twittering happily in the cool morning breeze. The vegetable garden shimmered with dew. Flowers surrounded the house in every direction. It was peaceful, the kind of peace he had once believed could never exist. The front door slowly opened. Carrot stepped outside carrying 2 wooden mugs filled with warm herbal tea. Good morning. Izuku smiled. Good morning. She handed him one of the mugs. Their fingers briefly touched. Both of them smiled without saying anything. They sat together on the wooden swing overlooking the endless ocean. The morning sun slowly climbed above the horizon. Golden light danced across the calm sea. Carrot leaned comfortably against him. Today, no training. Izuku looked at her. None. She nodded firmly. Absolutely none. Today is our day off. He laughed. Yes, ma'am. She proudly nodded. Good answer. After breakfast, they decided to explore the southern side of the island. Although they had lived there for years, they still enjoyed discovering new places together. The forest welcomed them with cool shade. Sunlight slipped between ancient branches. Small rabbits happily ran alongside them. Birds occasionally landed on Izuku's shoulders before flying away again. Carrot suddenly stopped beside a narrow stream. Look! Hundreds of colorful butterflies floated above the water. Their wings sparkled beneath the sunlight. She smiled brightly. Beautiful. Izuku wasn't looking at the butterflies. He was looking at her. Yeah, beautiful. Carrot slowly turned, realizing where his attention actually was. Her cheeks immediately turned pink. You weren't talking about the butterflies. He laughed quietly. I wasn't. She gently nudged his shoulder. Hopeless. They continued walking, occasionally gathering fresh berries, sometimes racing one another through the forest, sometimes simply enjoying the quiet. There was no destination, only the joy of walking together. Eventually, they reached a hidden waterfall neither of them had visited before. Clear water poured from high cliffs into a crystal blue lake. Wildflowers surrounded the shore. Mist drifted peacefully through the air. Whoosh! Carrot's eyes sparkled. It's beautiful. Before Izuku could answer, she had already kicked off her shoes. Then, jumped. Splash! Water scattered everywhere. She laughed happily. The water's perfect. Izuku stood at the shore. You're going to splash me. That's the idea. She grinned mischievously. Moments later, a wave of water flew toward him. Splash! His shirt became soaked. He slowly looked at Carrot. Raising one eyebrow, she immediately realized her mistake. Uh-oh. Izuku smiled. My turn. He scooped up an enormous splash of water. Whoosh! Wait. Too late. Splash! Carrot burst into laughter as water soaked her completely. Soon, the quiet lake echoed with cheerful laughter. They splashed each other, raced across the shallow water, played until both of them were completely exhausted. Afterward, they rested beneath a large tree beside the lake. Their clothes slowly dried beneath the warm afternoon sun. Carrot rested her head on Izuku's lap, closing her eyes comfortably. This is nice. He gently brushed a strand of blonde hair away from her face. Yeah, it is. Minutes passed peacefully. Carrot suddenly spoke without opening her eyes. Do you ever miss it? Izuku quietly looked toward the blue sky. My old world. She nodded. Sometimes. He remained silent for several moments, carefully considering his answer. I don't miss the pain. I don't miss the loneliness. I don't miss pretending everything was okay. He looked down at her, smiling softly. There are memories, but they don't control me anymore. Carrot slowly opened her eyes. Because, he gently held her hand. Because every time I wake up, you're beside me. She smiled warmly. Good. Because I don't plan on going anywhere. Late that afternoon, they returned home carrying baskets filled with fruit and herbs. The garden welcomed them with blooming flowers. The wooden house stood peacefully beneath the clear sky. Together, they prepared dinner. Carrot chopped vegetables. Izuku grilled slices of sea king meat. The delicious aroma quickly filled the house. During dinner, they laughed about the morning water fight. Carrot insisted she had won. Izuku politely disagreed. The discussion lasted nearly 20 minutes. Neither convinced the other. Both enjoyed every second. Night eventually arrived. The full moon slowly rose above the sea. Silver light covered the island. Izuku's controlled Sulong awakened naturally. His hair became pure white. His crimson eyes softly glowed. White lightning quietly danced around him. Crack, crack. Carrot quietly admired him. You still look amazing. He smiled. You've said that hundreds of times. And I'll probably say it hundreds more. They stepped onto the porch together. The ocean stretched endlessly before them. The stars filled the night sky. Gentle waves echoed below the cliffs. Izuku wrapped one arm around Carrot. She leaned comfortably against his chest. Neither of them spoke. Words weren't necessary. Everything around them felt complete. A peaceful home. A thriving island. Friends among the Mink villagers. Strength beyond imagination. And a love that had only grown stronger with each passing year. Izuku quietly looked toward the distant horizon. There was a vast world waiting beyond the sea. Countless islands. Countless adventures. Countless people they had yet to meet. He smiled. Not because he wished to leave immediately, but because, for the first time in his life, the future no longer frightened him. It invited him forward. Carrot gently squeezed his hand. What are you thinking about? He smiled warmly. That tomorrow will probably be another wonderful day. She laughed softly. It will. She intertwined her fingers with his. Because we'll spend it together. Beneath the silver moon, the rabbit couple stood quietly on the porch of the home they had built with their own hands. Behind them, their sanctuary glowed with warmth. Before them, the endless sea stretched toward countless new horizons. Paradise was no longer a distant dream. It had become the life they shared every single day. 7 years had passed since Izuku disappeared from Japan. The world had changed. New generations of heroes had graduated. Villains had risen and fallen. Cities had grown. Children who once left flowers beneath the bridge were now adults. Life continued moving forward, except for one man. Before sunrise, Katsuki Bakugo quietly woke inside a tiny apartment. The room was empty. One bed, one table, one chair, nothing more. There were no hero posters. No trophies. No reminders of the dream he once chased. He had thrown them away years ago. The alarm clock rang. Beep, beep. He switched it off immediately. Silence returned. He quietly dressed in worn work clothes. Steel-toed boots, heavy gloves, a faded gray jacket, nothing resembling the bright costume he had once imagined wearing. Outside, rain slowly fell across the city. Whoosh. People hurried along sidewalks carrying umbrellas. Bakugo walked alone. No one greeted him. No one smiled. He arrived at the shipping yard before sunrise. Large cargo containers filled the docks. Cranes slowly lifted enormous loads from waiting freighters. Workers moved in silence. The supervisor looked toward him. "You're late by 2 minutes." Bakugo lowered his head. "Sorry. Don't let it happen again." Understood. He spent the next 10 hours unloading cargo. Heavy crates, steel beams, machinery. His explosion quirk made the work easier. Nothing more. The same hands that once dreamed of becoming the greatest hero now lifted freight. Day after day, year after year. During lunch, he sat alone beside a storage warehouse. His lunchbox remained unopened. Nearby, several younger workers watched a television mounted inside the break room. Excited voices echoed outside. "Did you see that? That hero stopped an entire gang by himself. He's incredible." Another laughed. "I want to become a hero someday." Bakugo quietly closed his lunchbox. His appetite disappeared. Once, those conversations had filled him with excitement. Now, they only reminded him of everything he had destroyed. After work, he slowly walked through the city. Large electronic billboards displayed interviews with rising pro heroes. Smiling faces, cheering crowds, children asking for autographs. Bakugo stopped walking. For several moments, he simply watched. "That should have been me." The words escaped before he realized it. Immediately afterward, he lowered his head. "Number. I threw it away." He continued walking. As evening approached, he unconsciously found himself standing before the familiar bridge. He hadn't planned to come. His feet had simply carried him there. Like they always did. Flowers still rested along the railing. Fresh ones. Someone still visited every week. A young couple stood nearby. The woman gently placed white lilies beside the memorial. The man bowed respectfully. "Such a sad story," the woman whispered. "He was only a child." The man nodded. "People still study the case. Our younger sister learned about it in school. They said bullying laws changed because of him." Bakugo quietly listened, hidden beneath the growing darkness. The couple slowly walked away, leaving only silence. Bakugo stepped toward the railing, looking down at the river. Its surface reflected the evening sky. "Deku." His voice barely rose above a whisper. "Another year, and I still come here." He clenched the cold metal railing. His knuckles turned white. "I keep thinking, if I had treated you like a friend, if I had just stopped, would you still be alive?" Only the flowing river answered. His reflection rippled beneath the water. For a brief instant, The moving current distorted the image. He thought he saw another face. Green hair, a gentle smile, standing beside someone with long rabbit ears. Bakugo blinked. The image vanished. Only his own reflection remained. Guess I'm losing it. He quietly laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It carried nothing but exhaustion. Later that night, he returned to his apartment. The room felt colder than usual. He quietly sat on the edge of his bed, unable to sleep. Instead, he reached beneath the mattress, carefully pulling out an old notebook. Its cover had become worn with age. Inside were newspaper clippings, court reports, investigation summaries, every article related to Izuku's disappearance, every public apology, every anniversary report. He had collected them all, not because he wanted to remember, but because he believed forgetting would be unforgivable. His eyes stopped on one photograph. Izuku's middle school picture, smiling awkwardly, holding one of his hero notebooks. Bakugo gently touched the corner of the page. I don't deserve forgiveness, and I know I'll never get it. He quietly closed the notebook, placing it back beneath the bed. Outside, rain continued falling against the window. Whoosh! Far beyond that world, under a brilliant full moon, laughter echoed across the deck of a small fishing boat. Izuku and Carrot had sailed a short distance from the island to watch glowing fish beneath the moonlight. Carrot pointed excitedly into the water. Look, they're everywhere. Schools of tiny luminous fish swam beneath the boat. Their light shimmered like stars beneath the sea. Izuku smiled warmly. They're beautiful. Carrot leaned against him. I'm glad we came. He wrapped an arm gently around her. Me too. They watched the glowing ocean together, neither realizing, nor caring, that in another unreachable universe, someone still whispered apologies to a ghost who would never hear them. The boy called Izuku Midoriya no longer existed there. Only his memory remained, while the rabbit Mink, who had once been that lonely child, continued smiling beneath a different moon, surrounded not by regret, but by the quiet happiness he had finally found. The morning rain quietly fell across Musudafu. Gray clouds covered the sky. Cold wind drifted through the quiet neighborhood. Whoosh! A familiar house stood unchanged. The paint had faded. The small garden was no longer as colorful as it once had been. Flowers still bloomed, but far fewer than before. Inside, Izuku Midoriya slowly finished cleaning the living room. The house remained spotless. Every object rested exactly where it belonged. She had kept it that way for years. She quietly looked toward the hallway, toward a closed bedroom door. After a long silence, she walked toward it. Click. The door slowly opened. Nothing inside had changed. The bookshelf remained full. Hero notebooks rested neatly on the desk. All Might merchandise still filled one shelf. The curtains were freshly washed. The bed perfectly made. There wasn't a single layer of dust. Inko entered slowly. Her footsteps were careful, almost respectful. She gently picked up one of the old notebooks. Its pages were filled with observations, hero analyses, handwritten notes, small skatikas, dreams. Her fingers trembled. You really loved heroes, she whispered. She carefully placed the notebook back exactly where it had been. Next, she walked toward a small wooden cabinet beside the window. Inside, rested a framed photograph. A smiling little boy with messy green hair, standing proudly beside his mother. Both laughing. Inko gently smiled. Then, her smile slowly disappeared. Good morning, Izuku. There was no answer. She had spoken those words every morning. For 7 years. After several quiet moments, she carefully lifted the frame, holding it close against her chest. I made your favorite curry yesterday. I know you can't eat it. But, her voice became quieter. I still made it. Tears slowly formed. She closed her eyes. I still don't know why. Outside, rain continued falling. Tap, tap, Tap. Later that afternoon, Inko quietly left the house carrying a small basket. Inside were fresh white lilies, a clean cloth, and a small bottle of water. She walked familiar streets, crossed familiar intersections, past familiar buildings. Finally, she arrived at a quiet hill overlooking the city. Beneath a large cherry tree stood a simple stone memorial. It carried no body beneath it, only a name, because no remains had ever been found. Izuku Midoriya. Fresh flowers already rested there. Someone else had visited earlier. Inko smiled sadly. Someone came before me again. She carefully removed the older flowers, cleaned the stone, wiped away rainwater, then gently placed the new lilies in their place. She bowed her head, remaining silent for several minutes. Another year. I'm getting older. Your hair would probably be longer now. She laughed softly. Maybe you'd finally stop mumbling. The laughter quickly faded. Or maybe not. She slowly sat beside the memorial, looking toward the gray sky. I used to imagine that one day you'd walk through the front door, smiling, calling me mom. She lowered her head. I stopped imagining that a long time ago. Her fingers gently rested against the cold stone. Because I know you never came home. Tears quietly fell, mixing with the rain. I'm sorry. I should have protected you. I should have listened. I should have noticed. I should have been your safe place. Her shoulders trembled. Instead, you carried everything alone. The rain quietly continued, offering no comfort, only silence. As evening approached, another person slowly climbed the hill. An elderly woman carrying a small umbrella. She stopped beside Inko. May I? Inko looked up, then nodded quietly. The elderly woman carefully placed a single white flower beside the memorial. I was one of the teachers at his elementary school, she said softly. He always smiled, even when he looked tired. Inko listened silently. Children like him, the teacher continued, always worried more about everyone else than themselves. She sighed quietly. I wish I had noticed. Both women stood together beneath the rain, neither speaking again. After several minutes, the teacher bowed respectfully toward the memorial before leaving. Inko remained alone. The sky gradually darkened. She slowly stood. I'll come again next week. Like always. She gently touched the stone one final time. Goodbye, Izuku. She quietly walked away. The memorial remained beneath the cherry tree, surrounded by fresh lilies, and peaceful silence, far beyond every unreachable dimension. The evening sun painted the ocean orange. Waves rolled gently beneath clear skies. Izuku knelt beside a flower bed in front of the wooden house, carefully planting new white lilies. Carrot tilted her head. More lilies. He smiled. They're peaceful. I like them. She happily grabbed another small shovel. Then let's plant even more. They worked together until sunset, laughing whenever Carrot accidentally covered herself with dirt. She proudly claimed it was intentional. Izuku wasn't convinced. Finally, they stepped back. Rows of beautiful white lilies surrounded their home. Their petals gently moved with the ocean breeze. Carrot smiled brightly. Our home looks even prettier now. Izuku looked around. The flowers, the porch, the endless sea. Then, toward Carrot. Yeah, it really does. As the first stars appeared above the island, the rabbit couple quietly admired the garden they had built together. In another world, white lilies stood before an empty memorial. In this one, the very same flowers bloomed beside a life filled with warmth. One world mourned a boy it believed was gone forever. The other had given that same soul a place where he no longer needed to be mourned. Another spring arrived in Japan. Cherry blossoms once again drifted through the streets of Musudafu. Students hurried toward schools. Heroes continued their patrols. Life moved forward. Inside U.A. High School, a new class quietly listened as their homeroom teacher entered. Shota Aizawa walked into the classroom carrying a stack of papers. The students immediately fell silent. Good morning. Good morning, sir. He placed the papers onto the desk. Today's lesson isn't combat, it's responsibility. Several students exchanged confused looks. Aizawa pressed a button on the projector. A single photograph appeared. An old middle school picture. A timid green-haired boy smiled awkwardly while holding a notebook. The classroom became quiet. One student slowly raised a hand. Sir, who is he? Aizawa looked at the photograph for several moments. His name was Izuku Midoriya. Another student frowned. Was, officially. He answered calmly. He disappeared 7 years ago. Silence returned. Aizawa folded his arms. Today isn't about his disappearance. It's about what happened before it. The projector changed. Official investigation documents appeared. Blurred names. School reports. Court records. Government reforms. Many years ago, systematic bullying inside schools was often ignored. Teachers underestimated it. Students laughed at it. Adults believed children would simply grow out of it. He looked across the classroom. They were wrong. Every student listened quietly. The investigation surrounding this case exposed years of neglect. Not from one person. From many. Classmates. Teachers. Parents. Society. He paused. Everyone assumed someone else would intervene. One student quietly lowered her eyes. Another raised his hand. Sir, did nobody help him? Aizawa remained silent for several seconds. Not enough. The answer carried no emotion. Only fact. And by the time people realized the damage, he looked once more toward the photograph. It was already too late. The room became completely still. Another student hesitated before speaking. What happened to the students who bullied him? Aizawa answered immediately. Their lives continued, but not unchanged. He didn't mention names. He didn't need to. Some carried public shame. Some lost opportunities. Some spent years living with regret. None of it changed the outcome. One boy quietly clenched his fists. They deserved punishment. Aizawa shook his head. Punishment alone isn't enough. If you only punish people after irreversible harm has already been done, you have failed. His voice remained calm, steady. Your responsibility begins long before that. The projector changed again. New government policies appeared. Anti-bullying legislation. Mandatory intervention programs. Psychological support systems. Anonymous reporting procedures. Teacher accountability standards. These reforms exist because of this case. He looked directly at every student. Don't mistake them for paperwork. They were written with someone's life. No one spoke. The bell rang. Ding. Normally, students immediately packed their bags. Today, nobody moved. Aizawa gathered the papers from his desk. Before leaving, he looked back one final time. Remember this. Heroes don't only save people from villains. Sometimes, they save people sitting beside them. Without another word, he quietly left the classroom. Click. The room remained silent long after the door closed. Later that afternoon, Aizawa walked alone through the faculty hallway. All Might stood near one of the windows. Watching students train outside. Finished teaching? All Might asked. Aizawa nodded. They needed to hear it. All Might sighed quietly. Do you think they'll understand? Aizawa looked toward the training field. New students laughed together, helped one another, encouraged one another after mistakes. More than our generation did. All Might smiled faintly. That's something. After a long silence, he quietly asked, do you ever think about him? Aizawa didn't answer immediately. Sometimes. What do you think happened? The wind gently carried cherry blossoms across the campus. Whoosh. Aizawa watched them drift through the air. I don't know. And after the dimensional incident ended, I accepted that I never will. He looked toward the clear blue sky. Wherever he is, I hope no one is asking him to prove his worth anymore. All Might quietly closed his eyes. So do I. Far beyond every unreachable universe. Bright sunlight illuminated an endless ocean. A small sailboat cut smoothly through the waves. Whoosh. Izuku stood at the helm. His rabbit ears swayed with the sea breeze. His white cloak fluttered behind him. Carrot stood at the bow. Arms stretched wide, laughing as the wind rushed past. Faster. Izuku laughed. If I go any faster, we'll skip right over the waves. Then do it. He smiled. Hold on. Crack. White lightning briefly danced beneath the hull. The boat surged forward. Whoosh. Spray exploded across both sides as it skimmed effortlessly across the sea. Carrot burst into delighted laughter. Again. You're impossible. And you're smiling. I am. Their laughter echoed across the open ocean. There were no classrooms. No investigations. No regrets. No expectations. Only the endless sea before them. And the freedom to choose where tomorrow would lead. The boy once judged by an entire world no longer needed its approval. He had already found something infinitely more precious. A life where he was accepted exactly as he was. Dawn slowly broke across the endless sea. The horizon glowed with brilliant shades of orange and gold. Gentle waves rolled peacefully beneath the cliffs. Whoosh. The island slowly awakened. Birds flew between towering trees. Small rabbits hopped through the flower fields. Deer quietly gathered near the freshwater stream. Another peaceful day had begun. Outside the wooden house, Izuku quietly finished sharpening a fishing spear. He looked toward the ocean. Calm, clear, endless. Behind him, the front door opened. Carrot stepped outside carrying a basket. Breakfast is ready. Izuku smiled. Coming. They ate together on the porch. Fresh fruit, warm bread, grilled fish, simple food, shared laughter. After breakfast, Carrot pointed toward the northern forest. The children wanted another lesson today. Izuku nodded. Then let's not keep them waiting. They walked through the forest together. Sunlight filtered between the branches. Flowers lined the narrow paths. The familiar scent of fresh grass filled the air. Before long, they reached a wide clearing. Dozens of young mink waited excitedly. Some carried wooden swords, others held handmade spears. A few practiced tiny sparks of Electro. They're here. The children immediately gathered around. One young rabbit mink raised both hands. Big brother, will you teach us Conqueror's Haki today? Izuku laughed. Not today. The children groaned dramatically. First, he smiled. Learn to control yourselves. Another child tilted his head. Isn't Haki about becoming stronger? Izuku slowly shook his head. Strength comes afterward. He picked up a small stick lying on the ground. Holding it gently. If someone stronger takes this from me. He handed the stick to one child. Have I become weaker? The children looked at one another. Finally, one quietly answered. Number. Izuku nodded. Correct. He looked around the clearing. Real strength isn't measured by what you can destroy. It's measured by what you refuse to destroy. The children listened carefully. Electro. Small white sparks appeared around his fingertips. Crack. Exists to protect. Black armament Haki briefly coated his hand. Haki exists to protect. He looked toward the peaceful village beyond the trees. Every technique I know, every battle I've won, every ounce of strength I possess, means nothing if I forget why I use it. The clearing became completely silent. Carrot smiled quietly. She had heard those words before. Yet, they always sounded sincere. After the lesson, the children eagerly practiced basic electro control. Izuku patiently corrected their posture. Encouraged them after mistakes. Praised every small improvement. Hours passed peacefully. As the sun reached its highest point, the elder of the village slowly approached. Guardian. He greeted respectfully. Izuku smiled. Good afternoon. The elder looked toward the children training. They admire you. They'll surpass me someday. Izuku answered calmly. The elder chuckled. Perhaps. But they will never forget who showed them the first step. He slowly looked toward the distant sea. The island has decided something. Izuku blinked. Decided. The elder nodded. Tonight, everyone wishes to gather. For what? The elder smiled warmly. You'll see. Night eventually arrived. The full moon illuminated the island. Silver light covered every rooftop, every tree, every flower. Villagers gathered in the large clearing. Bonfires burned brightly. Children laughed while carrying lanterns. Music filled the cool evening air. Izuku and Carrot arrived together. Both looked around in surprise. What's all this? The elder stepped forward, holding an object wrapped in white cloth. Many years ago, this island was ruled by fear. Before that, by violence. Before that, by survival. He slowly unwrapped the cloth. Inside rested a beautifully crafted crown. Not made of gold, not covered in jewels. It had been woven from polished white wood, silver shells, and delicate flowers preserved beneath clear resin. Its center held a single crimson crystal gathered from the island's cliffs. The villagers quietly smiled. This crown, the elder said, belongs to no king. It belongs to the guardian who gave this island its future. Izuku immediately shook his head. I can't accept that. The elder smiled. Listen first. This isn't a crown of authority. You have never ruled us. You never ordered us. You never demanded anything. He gently held up the wooden crown. This is a promise. A promise that this island will never again become a place ruled by fear. The villagers nodded together. And we ask, the elder continued, that you make the same promise. Izuku quietly looked around. Children smiling. Families standing together. Friends laughing beside the bonfires. Peace everywhere. He slowly stepped forward, accepting the wooden crown with both hands. Instead of placing it upon his own head, he held it against his chest. Then, he looked toward every face before him. I make this oath. His voice carried calmly across the clearing. As long as I draw breath, no one will ever bring fear back to this island. White lightning quietly danced around him. Crack, crack. His controlled Sulong awakened beneath the full moon. White hair shimmered like silver. Crimson eyes glowed softly. Smooth black armament Haki covered both arms. An invisible wave of Conqueror's Haki gently spread outward. Whoosh. It carried no violence, no intimidation, only unwavering resolve. The bonfire flames gently leaned away. Flowers swayed. The sea itself seemed to grow quieter. I won't seek conquest. I won't seek glory. I won't seek a throne. He looked toward Carrot. Their eyes met. She smiled proudly. I will only protect this island, everyone living upon it, and the future we built together. The invisible pressure faded. Peacefully. Complete silence filled the clearing. Then, the first applause began. Clap. Another joined. Then another. Within moments, the entire village erupted into warm applause and joyful cheers. Carrot stepped beside him, gently taking his hand. That's my king, she whispered with a smile. Izuku laughed quietly. I thought you said this wasn't a crown for a king. She grinned. To everyone else, she squeezed his hand. But to me, you'll always be my king. His cheeks turned slightly red. You're impossible, and you still love me. Always. Beneath the brilliant full moon, the guardian of the island stood surrounded by those he had protected. The crown he held could never be broken by force. Because it had not been forged from power. It had been forged from trust. And no treasure upon the sea could ever equal its worth. The morning sea stretched endlessly beneath a cloudless sky. Gentle waves rolled peacefully against the island's rocky shore. Whoosh! Another quiet day had begun. The wooden house stood proudly atop the cliff. White lilies surrounded the porch. The vegetable garden flourished beneath the warm sunlight. Carrot hummed happily while watering the flowers. Izuku repaired a small fishing net nearby. Everything was peaceful, until his rabbit ears twiddled. He slowly looked toward the eastern horizon. Observation Haki spread across the sea. Farther, farther, a faint presence, small, calm, moving steadily toward the island. He stood. Carrot noticed immediately. Izuku. He continued looking toward the horizon. A ship. She blinked. Pirates. He remained silent while expanding his observation Haki. The emotions aboard were unusual. No hostility. No bloodlust. Only curiosity. Exhaustion. Relief. I don't think so. Several hours later, a small sailing ship finally became visible. Its white sail fluttered peacefully. The hull bore countless scratikas from a long voyage. One mast had clearly been repaired many times. There was no pirate flag. No marine flag. Only a simple blue banner carrying the image of a seabird. The vessel slowly approached the natural harbor. On board, an elderly captain lowered his spyglass. There really is an island here. A young navigator sighed with relief. Thank goodness. Our fresh water won't last another day. The crew numbered only 9 people. Merchants, sailors, a carpenter, a cook, ordinary travelers. They carefully anchored near the shore. The captain looked around cautiously. Stay respectful. This island isn't marked on any map. Everyone nodded. Moments later, they stepped onto the beach. Before they could explore further, they stopped. Standing several meters away, Izuku and Carrot quietly waited. The sea breeze gently moved their hair. Whoosh! The captain immediately raised both hands. We come in peace. Izuku nodded once. Welcome. The old captain smiled with visible relief. Thank you. Our ship was caught in a storm 3 days ago. We've nearly run out of fresh water. We don't seek trouble, only supplies. Carrot smiled warmly. Then you've come to the right place. The crew exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't expected such a friendly welcome. Soon, everyone walked toward the village together. The visiting sailors couldn't stop looking around. The forests were vibrant, the rivers crystal clear. Children laughed while practicing Electro beneath the supervision of older Minks. Families happily worked together in the fields. There wasn't a single sign of fear. One sailor quietly whispered, "This place feels different." The cook nodded. Peaceful. The captain smiled. That's a rare thing on the Grand Line. When they reached the village, the elder immediately welcomed the visitors. Fresh water was prepared. Fruit baskets quickly appeared. Warm meals were shared without hesitation. The exhausted crew repeatedly thanked everyone. During lunch, the captain looked toward Izuku. Forgive my curiosity, but I've sailed these seas for over 40 years. I've never sensed someone like you. Izuku quietly looked at him. Someone like me. The captain nodded. Your presence. It's calm. But, he laughed awkwardly. Standing near you feels like standing beside a mountain. The nearby sailors quietly agreed. They couldn't explain it. Something about the white-haired rabbit Mink naturally commanded respect. Not through fear, but through quiet confidence. Izuku simply smiled. I'm just another resident of this island. Carrot quietly giggled. He always says things like that. Later that afternoon, the carpenter asked permission to inspect the village docks. Instead, he became fascinated. Who built these? The elder pointed toward Izuku. He did. The carpenter carefully examined the sturdy wooden construction. Every joint fit perfectly. Every support beam had been reinforced. The design blended naturally with the coastline. Incredible, he muttered. This craftsmanship rivals professional shipwrights. Izuku scratched the back of his head. I've had plenty of time to practice. The carpenter laughed. You're wasting talent. As evening approached, the visitors finished refilling their barrels with fresh water. Their ship had also received several repairs thanks to the village craftsmen. The captain approached Izuku one final time. "We owe all of you more than we can repay." Izuku shook his head. "Help someone else someday. That's enough." The old captain smiled. "I will." Before boarding, he hesitated. "May I ask one last question?" "Go ahead. What should people call the guardian of this island?" Izuku remained quiet. Before he could answer, Carrot smiled proudly. "His name is Izuku." The captain repeated it softly. "Izuku." He nodded respectfully. "I won't forget it." The ship slowly departed. Its sails caught the evening wind. Whoosh! Everyone on deck waved enthusiastically. The villagers waved back from the shore. As the vessel gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, one young sailor looked back toward the island. "Captain." "Yes. Do you think we'll ever find another place like that?" The old captain watched the distant cliffs slowly vanish into the sunset. "Perhaps." He smiled gently. "But I doubt we'll ever meet another guardian quite like him." Far behind them, Izuku and Carrot stood together on the beach, watching the ship disappear into the endless sea. Carrot smiled. "Our first visitors." Izuku nodded. "And probably not our last." The sea stretched toward countless unseen horizons. For years, their paradise had remained hidden from the world. Now, for the first time, word of a peaceful island protected by a calm, crimson-eyed rabbit Mink had begun to travel across the Grand Line. The world still did not know his true strength, but the sea had finally begun to whisper his name. 3 weeks passed after the merchant ship departed. Life on the island remained peaceful. The villagers returned to their daily routines. Children continued practicing Electro beneath the old trees. Farmers tended their fields. Fishermen sailed the nearby waters. Yet, far beyond the horizon, news quietly spread. There were whispers among sailors. About an unnamed island. About kind Mink villagers. About a mysterious white-haired guardian whose presence alone made experienced seamen instinctively lower their voices. Most dismissed it as another exaggerated sea story. Some did not. Late one afternoon, dark clouds gathered over the eastern sea. Whoosh! Strong winds pushed enormous waves toward the coastline. Izuku stood on the cliffs. His observation Haki expanded across hundreds of kilometers. His expiration slowly changed. Carrot noticed immediately. Another ship. He nodded. 3 merchants. He remained silent. Number. His observation Haki reached farther. Countless emotions washed over him. Greed. Violence. Bloodlust. Panic. Desperation. Pirates. Far across the ocean, 3 pirate ships chased a single merchant vessel. Cannon fire echoed across the sea. Boom! Splashes erupted beside the fleeing ship. "They're gaining." One merchant sailor shouted. "Hold the course." The captain roared. "We're almost there." Behind them, the leading pirate captain laughed loudly. "There's nowhere left to run. Sink them." Boom! Another cannonball struck the merchant ship. Wood splintered apart. Crack! The vessel lurched violently. Back on the island, Izuku quietly watched the distant horizon. Carrot stepped beside him. "They're close." "Yes." "What will you do?" He calmly answered. "Protect the innocent." Without another word, he stepped forward. Crack! White lightning quietly surrounded his body. His controlled Sulong awakened instantly. Pure white hair flowed behind him. Crimson eyes illuminated beneath the dark clouds. Black armament Haki coated both legs. "I'll be back." Before Carrot could answer, boom! The cliff beneath his feet exploded. A white streak launched across the sky. Whoosh! He disappeared beyond the clouds. Aboard the merchant ship, despair filled every face. "Captain, they're almost within boarding range. Prepare yourselves." Everyone gripped whatever weapons they could find. Kitakan knives, axes, wooden poles. They knew it wouldn't matter. The pirate fleet closed in. The leading pirate captain grinned. "Your cargo belongs to us now." Suddenly, one pirate looked upward. "Captain." "What?" Something's coming. Everyone instinctively looked toward the sky. A tiny white light. Getting larger. 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 What is that? Whoosh. The white streak crashed into the ocean directly between both fleets. Boom. A colossal wall of water erupted into the sky. Massive waves spread in every direction. Every ship violently rocked. When the spray finally settled, someone stood upon the ocean itself. White hair, crimson eyes, rabbit ears, white lightning dancing around his body. His feet rested calmly atop the sea, supported by advanced armament Haki flowing beneath the surface. Complete silence followed. The pirate crew stared in disbelief. He's standing on the ocean. The merchant sailors were equally speechless. Izuku slowly opened his eyes. His calm gaze settled upon the pirate fleet. Leave. His voice wasn't loud, yet every person heard it clearly above the storm. The pirate captain burst into laughter. One rabbit thinks he can stop 3 crews. He raised his sword. Kill him. Dozens of pirates leapt from their ships. They never reached him. Whoosh. Izuku vanished. The nearest pirate suddenly froze. Where? Tap. Izuku gently touched the pirate's shoulder. Sleep. Boom. A perfectly controlled pulse of Conqueror's Haki exploded outward. Whoosh. The pirate collapsed instantly. Then another. 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 Within seconds, hundreds of pirates fell unconscious. Their weapons clattered harmlessly onto the decks. Clang. 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 Only the strongest officers remained standing. Their knees shook uncontrollably. Monster. One whispered. Another tried charging forward. Izuku simply looked at him. Their eyes met. The officer's sword slipped from his fingers. I can't. He collapsed before taking another step. The pirate captain's smile finally disappeared. What are you? Izuku quietly looked toward him. Someone protecting his home. The captain roared, raising a massive axe coated in armament Haki. I'll crush you. He charged. Izuku didn't move. The axe descended. Crack. One finger. That was all. Izuku stopped the enormous weapon using a single Haki-coated finger. The axe couldn't move another millimeter. The captain's eyes widened. Impossible. Izuku gently pushed forward. Tap. Advanced armament Haki flowed through the weapon. Crack. The axe silently split into countless fragments. Before the captain could react. Tap. Izuku lightly touched the pirate's chest. There was no visible impact. For one heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, boom. The captain flew backward, crashing completely through the mast of his own ship. Wood exploded everywhere. Crack. He landed unconscious among the shattered remains. Complete silence fell across the ocean. The remaining pirates slowly looked around. Their captain had been defeated. Their officers had collapsed. Hundreds of crew members lay unconscious. One pirate quietly dropped his weapon. Another followed. Then another. Within moments, every surviving pirate surrendered. Izuku calmly looked toward them. Leave. If you ever threaten innocent people again. White lightning quietly crackled around his crimson eyes. Crack. You won't receive another warning. No one argued. The surviving pirates desperately raised damaged sails. Their 3 ships turned away immediately, vanishing into the storm. Aboard the merchant vessel, the captain slowly approached the railing. He stared at the lone rabbit Mink standing peacefully upon the sea. Thank you. Izuku simply nodded. Sail safely. Then, whoosh, another white streak crossed the sky. Within seconds, he had already disappeared toward the distant island. The merchant sailors remained frozen. One young deckhand finally whispered. Did we just witness a legend? The old captain smiled quietly. Number. He continued watching the distant island hidden beneath the evening clouds. We witnessed its guardian. High upon the cliffs. Carrot smiled as the familiar white streak returned home. Izuku landed gently beside her. The lightning around him gradually faded. Welcome back. He smiled. It's over. She looked toward the distant sea. Did anyone get hurt? He shook his head. Not today. Carrot slipped her hand into his. Good. Together, they quietly watched the setting sun. Far beyond the horizon, 3 pirate crews would spend the rest of their lives telling impossible stories about the crimson-eyed rabbit Mink who stood upon the sea. Most people would never believe them. Those who eventually did, would come to understand why the Grand Line had begun whispering of an unmasked guardian hidden beyond the maps. Autumn quietly arrived. Golden leaves drifted through the forests of the island. Whoosh! The ocean remained calm. The air carried the scent of salt and blooming flowers. Another peaceful season had begun. Early that morning, Izuku stood alone atop the highest cliff. His observation Haki spread effortlessly across the surrounding sea. Merchant ships, schools of fish, sea kings far below. Everything entered his awareness. Nothing threatened the island. He slowly opened his eyes. A small smile appeared. Another peaceful day. Behind him, light footsteps approached. Tap, tap. Carrot carried 2 mugs filled with warm tea. Found you. He accepted one. Thanks. They stood together overlooking the horizon. The wind gently moved through their hair. Carrot glanced at him. You've been coming here every morning lately. He nodded. Habit. Still checking for danger. Always. He smiled. It's easier now. Because you've become stronger. Because peace has become normal. She quietly smiled. I like that answer. They returned home together. The village was already awake. Children laughed while chasing one another through the fields. Older minks prepared fishing boats. Farmers harvested vegetables from the rich soil. Life moved naturally. Near the village entrance, the elderly chief waved them over. Good morning. Good morning. Izuku replied. The elder smiled warmly. Another merchant ship stopped yesterday. Everything all right? More than all right. The elder chuckled. They brought gifts. He pointed toward several wooden crates. Inside rested books, medicine, tools, fruit seeds from distant islands, and finely woven cloth. They insisted on thanking the island again. Izuku laughed softly. We only gave them water. Kindness travels farther than ships. The elder answered. Later that afternoon, the visitors shared stories beneath the shade of a large tree. One young sailor excitedly described the outside world. There's a swordsman who cut apart an enormous sea monster. Another interrupted. That's nothing. I heard an admiral froze an entire bay. The children listened with sparkling eyes. Finally, one curious rabbit Mink looked toward Izuku. Big brother. Have you ever wanted everyone in the world to know how strong you are? The clearing became quiet. Even the visiting sailors looked toward him. Izuku thought for a moment. The child blinked. Never. He slowly shook his head. When I was younger, I wanted people to notice me. I thought being acknowledged would make me happy. He looked toward the peaceful village. Children laughing. Parents smiling. Friends talking together. I was wrong. The little rabbit tilted his head. Why? Izuku smiled gently. Because the people whose opinions mattered. He looked toward Carrot. She smiled back. Already know me. The visitors quietly listened. The rest of the world. He continued. Doesn't need to. The elderly merchant captain laughed softly. You know, there are rumors spreading. Carrot became curious. Rumors. The captain nodded. About a crimson-eyed guardian. Some call you the White Lightning King. Others say you're a ghost. Or a sea spirit. The nearby sailors laughed. One tavern claimed you defeated an entire fleet with a single glance. Another sailor scratched his head. I told them it wasn't a single glance. It was much scarier than that. Everyone laughed. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. People exaggerate. The captain smiled knowingly. Perhaps. But legends grow on their own. I'm not interested in becoming one. Izuku answered calmly. The captain looked directly at him. Then what are you interested in? Izuku looked toward the wooden house standing on the cliff. The flower garden surrounding it. The smoke rising gently from the chimney. Going home before dinner. Carrot burst into laughter. That's definitely him. Everyone else laughed as well. That evening, after the merchant ship departed, the island slowly became quiet once more. The full moon rose above the sea. Silver light covered the cliffs. Izuku's controlled Sulong awakened naturally. White hair shimmered beneath the moonlight. Crimson eyes glowed softly. White lightning quietly danced around him. Crack, crack. He stood on the porch beside Carrot. Both watched the endless horizon. They'll probably keep talking about you. Carrot said. Probably. Doesn't it bother you? He slowly shook his head. People can believe whatever stories they want. It doesn't change tomorrow. And tomorrow? She asked. He smiled. I'll water the flowers. Repair the fence. Help the children train. Eat dinner with you. Carrot gently leaned against his shoulder. Sounds perfect. It is. Far beyond the island, rumors continued spreading from port to port. Stories grew larger. The Guardian became stronger with every retelling. Some claimed he commanded lightning. Others claimed he could split the sea. A few even insisted he wasn't human at all. Yet none of those tales reached the wooden house upon the cliff. And even if they had, the rabbit Mink living there would have simply smiled before returning to his garden. Because long ago, he had stopped chasing recognition. Now, the world was free to remember him. Or forget him. Either way, he had already chosen the only place where his name truly mattered. Another winter arrived in Japan. Snow quietly covered the streets of Musudafu. People hurried home beneath heavy coats. Children laughed while throwing snowballs through neighborhood parks. Life continued, as it always had. Inside a small apartment, Katsuki Bakugo silently prepared for work. The television quietly played the morning news. Today marks another year since the disappearance of Izuku Midoriya, whose case continues to shape anti-bullying education throughout Japan. Bakugo froze. His hand stopped halfway toward his coffee mug. The reporter continued. Schools across the country will once again observe remembrance programs focusing on intervention, empathy, and student welfare. He quietly switched off the television. Click. Silence returned. He finished getting ready without another sound. Outside, snow slowly fell. Whoosh. He walked toward the shipping yard. The route never changed. The scenery never changed. His routine never changed. Only the weight inside his chest seemed to grow heavier every year. At work, new employees had recently joined the docks. Most were much younger than him. During lunch, two of them quietly talked nearby. Our teacher showed us that old case. The Midoriya case. Yeah, it's hard to believe people ignored bullying like that. Another worker shook his head. They say one student became the symbol of everything that went wrong. What happened to him? Nobody knows. Bakugo quietly stood, leaving before they noticed him. His untouched lunch remained on the bench. Far across the city, inside a modest apartment, Izuku Midoriya folded freshly washed clothes. The radio quietly played in the background. Today, schools nationwide are holding remembrance activities inspired by the reforms established after the Midoriya investigation. She quietly lowered the towel in her hands. After several moments, she turned off the radio. The apartment became silent. She slowly walked toward the window. Snowflakes drifted peacefully outside. Another year, she whispered. Inside you. Students gathered in the auditorium. Teachers stood quietly near the stage. A short documentary played across the large screen. There were no dramatic recreations. No sensationalism. Only facts. Bullying statistics. Policy changes. Anonymous testimonies. New intervention systems. Support networks. Finally, one photograph appeared. A shy green-haired boy smiling awkwardly while holding a notebook. The auditorium remained completely silent. After the presentation ended, students quietly returned to their classrooms. Many remained thoughtful. Some spoke softly with friends. Others simply walked in silence. The story had become history. Yet for a handful of people, it had never become the past. That evening, Bakugo once again found himself standing before the familiar bridge. Snow rested along the railing. Fresh white lilies lay beside the memorial plaque. Someone had visited earlier. He slowly approached. His breath formed small clouds in the cold air. I came again. He quietly laughed. I don't even know why. His eyes drifted toward the river below. Nothing changes. I can't apologize. I can't fix anything. I can't bring you back. Snowflakes landed upon the railing, melting almost immediately. This is probably what I deserve. He closed his eyes, remaining there for several quiet minutes. Before finally turning away, his footsteps disappeared into the falling snow. At nearly the same moment, far beyond every unreachable dimension, warm sunlight bathed the island. There was no winter, only clear blue skies, gentle waves, and the scent of flowers carried by the sea breeze. Children laughed near the village. They chased one another across open fields. Their cheerful voices echoed through the forest. Izuku repaired a wooden bridge crossing a small stream. Several young rabbit minks eagerly handed him tools. Big brother. Yes. Is this straight? The child held up a wooden beam. Izuku smiled. Almost. He gently adjusted its position. There. Perfect. The child grinned proudly. I did it. You did. Carrot arrived carrying a basket filled with warm bread. Break time. Every child immediately cheered. They all gathered beneath a large tree, sharing bread, fruit, and laughter. One little mink looked toward Izuku. When I grow up, I want to protect everyone too. Izuku smiled warmly. Then start by protecting the people beside you. The child nodded seriously. I will. The afternoon passed peacefully. The repaired bridge stood stronger than before. Children continued laughing as they crossed it again and again. As the sun slowly began to set, Izuku and Carrot walked home together. Their hands intertwined. Today was nice. Carrot said. Yeah, every day has been nice lately. He smiled. I'm grateful for that. Behind them, the village slowly prepared for another peaceful evening. Warm lights appeared inside every home. The scent of dinner drifted through the air. Families gathered together. Friends shared stories. Children hurried home before dark. On one world, those who had failed a lonely boy continued carrying burdens that would never disappear. Their regrets had become permanent companions. They woke with them, worked with them, and slept beside them. Year after year, on another world, that same lonely boy no longer carried any burden at all. He had already laid it down beside the endless sea, replacing it with something far stronger. A home, a family, a future, and a life that no longer needed to look back. Spring returned to the island once more. Flowers bloomed across every hillside. White lilies surrounded the wooden house in full bloom. The forests echoed with birdsong from sunrise until dusk. Whoosh! The island had become livelier than ever. New homes had been built near the village. Children who once struggled to control tiny sparks of Electro now practiced confidently beneath the guidance of older minks. Peace had endured. Early that morning, Carrot stood in the middle of a grassy clearing. She slowly inhaled. Blue Electro gathered around her fingertips. Crack, crack. She concentrated. The lightning became steadier, stronger, more controlled. A few meters away, Izuku watched quietly. His arms folded. A gentle smile rested on his face. You're improving. Carrot looked back proudly. Of course, I've got the best teacher. He chuckled. You've reached the point where you're teaching yourself. She grinned. Then watch this. She dashed forward. Whoosh. Her feet barely touched the ground. Electro wrapped around both legs. She leapt over a fallen tree, landed lightly, then accelerated again. Crack. White-blue lightning trailed behind her movement. Izuku nodded approvingly. Much smoother. Really. Your balance has improved. Your timing is cleaner. And you're wasting less energy. She happily pumped her fist. Yes. Several nearby children watched with sparkling eyes. Big sister is amazing. I want to move that fast someday. Carrot laughed. Keep practicing. You'll get there. One little rabbit Mink looked toward Izuku. Big brother. Can you still move faster? Izuku smiled. A little. Show us. The other children immediately joined in. Please. Just once. Carrot folded her arms, pretending to be serious. I vote yes. Izuku sighed dramatically. I see I've already lost. The children laughed. He slowly stepped into the open field. The breeze quietly passed through the grass. Whoosh. White lightning gently appeared around his body. Crack, crack. His controlled Sulong awakened naturally. White hair flowed behind him. Crimson eyes reflected the morning sunlight. Watched carefully. His voice remained calm. Then, whoosh, he disappeared. The children gasped. Their eyes darted across the clearing. Where did he go? I can't see him. Even the older minks couldn't follow his movement. Only Carrot smiled. She quietly closed her eyes. Using her own observation Haki. A faint presence circled the entire valley. Once, twice, 3 times. Then, tap. Izuku stood exactly where he had started. His breathing hadn't changed. Not a single flower around him had been disturbed. Complete silence filled the clearing. One little mink slowly pointed toward a row of leaves resting on a nearby branch. Look. Every leaf gently slid apart. Each had been cleanly divided into 2 perfect halves. They separated only after Izuku had stopped moving. Flutter. Flutter. The children stared in amazement. He cut them. Without touching the branch. Izuku smiled. Control. Speed means nothing without control. The children immediately nodded, trying to remember every word. Later that afternoon, the entire village gathered for the annual spring festival. Long wooden tables filled the central clearing. Fresh fruit, bread, fish, vegetables, pies. Everyone contributed something. Music filled the air. Children danced together. Older minks shared stories with visiting sailors. Laughter echoed beneath the bright blue sky. The elderly chief eventually stood, raising a wooden cup. Today, we celebrate another peaceful year. Cheers answered him. Years ago, many believed this island would disappear beneath violence. He looked around at every smiling face. Instead, our children laugh. Our families grow. Our future shines brighter than ever. His eyes settled on Izuku and Carrot. Because our guardian was never alone. Many villagers smiled knowingly. Every guardian needs someone who walks beside them. The chief raised his cup toward Carrot. To the White Lightning Maiden. The entire village repeated together. To the White Lightning Maiden. Carrot's ears immediately stood upright. Me. The children began cheering. Big sister. White Lightning Maiden. Her cheeks became bright red. Wait, that's embarrassing. Everyone laughed warmly. Izuku couldn't help smiling. The chief then looked toward him. And to her king. The villagers smiled. To the king. Izuku immediately rubbed the back of his head. Not this again. Carrot laughed harder than anyone. Looks like you can't escape that one. He sighed dramatically. Apparently not. The chief chuckled. You never asked for these names. That's exactly why everyone chose them. Izuku looked around. Not a single face showed fear. Or obligation. Only affection. Respect. Gratitude. He smiled. Thank you. All of you. As evening slowly arrived, the festival continued beneath countless lanterns. Warm light illuminated every smiling face. Music drifted through the village. Children chased glowing fireflies across the fields. Later, Izuku and Carrot quietly slipped away from the celebration. They climbed the familiar cliff overlooking the sea. Below them, the festival lights shimmered like tiny stars. Carrot gently leaned against him. White Lightning Maiden. She laughed softly. I still can't believe they called me that. Izuku smiled. It suits you. And King. He laughed. I still don't think it suits me. She reached up, gently straightening the collar of his shirt. It does. Why? She looked directly into his crimson eyes. Because a king isn't someone who rules. It's someone people choose to follow. He remained silent, then smiled. If that's true, he gently intertwined his fingers with hers. Then I know exactly who stands beside me. Carrot's smile became brighter than the setting sun. Together, they watched the last golden light disappear beyond the endless sea. Behind them, their home glowed warmly atop the cliff. Below them, the laughter of the village continued. And above them, the first stars quietly appeared. On that peaceful island, the White Lightning Maiden and her king needed no throne. Their greatest treasure had never been power. It had always been the quiet life they had built together. The first light of dawn slowly rose over the endless sea. Golden sunlight spread across the calm waves. Whoosh! The island awakened beneath another peaceful morning. Birds greeted the sunrise. Flowers gently swayed in the ocean breeze. The wooden house overlooking the cliffs stood exactly as it always had. Warm, peaceful, alive. Inside, the smell of freshly baked bread filled every room. Carrot stood in the kitchen humming softly. She carefully placed breakfast onto the table. Izuku, from outside, coming. Moments later, Izuku entered carrying a basket filled with vegetables from the garden. His clothes were lightly covered with dirt. Carrot smiled. Already working this early? He nodded. The tomatoes were finally ready. Good. She laughed. I was hoping for fresh salad. They shared breakfast together, talking about nothing important. The weather, the flowers, which fruit trees needed trimming, whether the fishing nets should be repaired before next week. Simple conversations, the kind neither of them ever grew tired of. After breakfast, they walked through the village. Children immediately ran toward them. Big brother, big sister. One little rabbit Mink proudly held up a wooden sword. Look, I made it myself. Izuku carefully examined it. The blade wasn't perfectly straight. The handle was slightly uneven. He smiled. Good craftsmanship. The child's ears stood proudly. Really, really. Carrot gently patted the child's head. Keep practicing. I will. The child happily ran away. They continued walking. Everyone they passed greeted them warmly. Farmers waved from their fields. Fishermen prepared boats near the shore. Elderly minks relaxed beneath the shade of old trees. Peace had become ordinary. Later that afternoon, Izuku climbed the highest cliff alone. It had become one of his favorite places. From there, he could see the entire island. The village, the forests, their home, and beyond everything else, the endless sea. He quietly closed his eyes. Observation Haki expanded effortlessly. Farther than ever before, ships, storms, sea kings, distant islands. Everything entered his awareness. Nothing threatened the island. He slowly smiled. Good. Behind him, light footsteps approached. Tap, tap. He didn't need observation Haki to know who it was. Carrot sat beside him, holding 2 slices of fresh apple pie. I figured you'd skip dessert again. He laughed. You know me too well. She handed him 1 slice. They quietly ate together, watching white clouds drift across the blue sky. After several peaceful minutes, Carrot gently asked, do you remember the first day you arrived here? Izuku looked toward the ocean. Every detail. You looked completely lost. I was. You barely smiled. I know. She gently bumped his shoulder. Look at you now. He looked down at his hands. Hands once covered in scars. Hands that had desperately reached toward a future that never accepted him. Now, those same hands had built a home, planted gardens, protected families, held the hand of the woman beside him. He quietly smiled. I've changed. You have. Because someone gave me a chance. Carrot smiled softly. Number. Because you accepted it. The breeze quietly passed between them. Whoosh. The sun slowly began setting. Golden light covered the island. The village below prepared dinner. Thin streams of smoke rose from chimneys. Children hurried home laughing. Izuku quietly watched everything. I used to think happiness was somewhere far away. Carrot looked toward him, remaining silent. I kept chasing it, thinking I had to earn it. Thinking someone had to give me permission to have it. He slowly shook his head. I was wrong. He looked toward the wooden house surrounded by white lilies. It was something I built. Carrot gently reached for his hand. Their fingers intertwined naturally. Together. He smiled. Together. Night gradually covered the island. The full moon slowly rose. Silver light reflected across the endless ocean. Izuku's controlled Sulong awakened naturally. White hair gently flowed behind him. Crimson eyes quietly shone beneath the moonlight. White lightning softly danced around his body. Crack, crack. Carrot looked at him with the same warm smile she always wore. Still handsome. He laughed. You say that every full moon. Because it's true every full moon. And every other day. She leaned closer. Especially every other day. Both laughed. Below them, the island peacefully slept. Safe, warm, free. Far beyond every unreachable dimension. Another world continued moving forward without him. New heroes rose. New children dreamed. New stories began. The name Izuku Midoriya gradually became part of history. A lesson remembered. A tragedy never forgotten. But those memories no longer reached him. The bridge between worlds had vanished forever. There were no voices calling his name. No regrets searching for him. No past waiting behind the horizon. Only tomorrow. Izuku quietly looked toward the endless sea. Then, without hesitation, he turned away from the distant horizon. He faced the warm lights of his home instead. Carrot's hand remained in his. The laughter of the village echoed faintly below. White lilies swayed peacefully in the night breeze. He smiled, not at the life he had lost, but at the life he had found. And without looking back, the crimson-eyed rabbit Mink walked home beside the woman he loved. Their footsteps disappeared into the warm light of the wooden house. Behind them, the moon quietly watched over the island. Ahead of them, countless peaceful tomorrows waited. The end of one story had become the beginning of another. And for the first time in his life, Izuku no longer searched for a place where he belonged. He was already there.